Hello, everyone, and welcome to another 3B Radio Actual Play role-playing game podcast. This afternoon's program is called Nightfall. Before we begin, I want to thank a few folks. Richard Keene for the background you see here today. You can find him on Twitch as talking_nerdy. Also, Aries Taveras, who provided art for our intro and outro. You can find him on Instagram at War God Art. That's War God Art. Finally, Rizdle on YouTube, that's Rizdle, for tonight's intro theme called Epic Superhero Soundtrack, copyright-free music. It's pretty dope. Go listen to it. Go use other stuff. Whatever. Rourke, who the heck are our partners?
All right, so typical channel announcements. Just so you guys know, the best way to support the channel most directly is right here on Twitch. You can use your Amazon Prime subscription, which gets you a free subscription to one channel that you like, and hopefully you like us. If you are not there, or we are not your favorite channel, but still want to support us, you can definitely find us on Patreon. Our Patreon has 2 free maps every week, as well as a library of over 30 maps already. When we get to 10 Patreons, we will also be adding PDFs of all our adventures. I don't know if Tom will be doing his Nightfall adventures in PDFs, but definitely all of the Land of Ice and Snow, as well as the Wrath and Glory, which is up and coming. We are also affiliated with Hero Forge, and let me see if I can remember what the command was for that. Yeah, I'm so good at this. So if you click that link and you buy anything from Hero Forge, a portion of your purchase goes to us, and is another really solid way to support the channel, which allows us to continue producing interesting content like Mutants and Masterminds Nightfall. Our last place that you can support the channel is through our merch store, where you can find t-shirts, posters, cell phone cases, hats, posters, stickers, and all sorts of other things. And it's also where a lot of the support comes to. Anytime you guys give us some money, I will almost always buy some custom art with it, and that will go towards more merch and cool designs like what you see that we got here from Rich. For our backgrounds. It's what helps us improve our overall production quality. Um, Streamlabs is expensive, and so that's all of our affiliates. Real quick channel announcements. Monday we will be back to Land of Ice and Snow. Thank you guys for your patience while I was not here. It was my birthday and Father's Day last weekend, so I was away. Also, this Thursday, you will see 3 out of the 4 of us in a brand new D&D 5th edition game called Dungeons & Dragon Time, brought to you by the Dungeon Dudes.
Yeah,
Yes, accurate.
Thank you. Brought to you by the Dungeon Dudes. That will actually be run by my brother Joey, and it will show several groups trying to survive the ruined city of Drakenheim. Our group will be a group of 4 brothers, or 3 brothers and a question mark, looking for our missing father. That'll be Thursday nights. That will also be a long game, like our Mutants and Masterminds game. I think we're doing 4 hours on that, right? 6 to 10, if I remember right.
I believe so, yeah.
Unlike um, unlike Land of Ice and Snow and all of our other ones, which have been 8 to 10. And then the Thursday after that, we will get our first episode of Kill Team Bravo, which is going to be our Death Watch Space Marine game, using the Wrath and Glory rule set. So what I'm saying is that there's a lot going on the channel. Definitely keep an eye out. Follow, subscribe, do whatever you need to do to make sure that you get all of the information. Now I'm going to drink some water and let Tom talk.
Quick intro to my world. We are set in 2037, a little bit in the future. It is a world where there are superheroes and mutants and all sorts of funky, spiritual, magical beings running about, most of which have fucked off to space to prevent an alien invasion. Our 3 heroes starring in this game are secret agents who are essentially the heroes that some of the heroes that the world still currently retains. Last episode, you folks will have known that our team is currently at odds with essentially an organization called Lakasis, which is an international spy, dirty shit organization causing all sorts of mayhem. They recently attempted to sabotage a device which will be essentially used as a battery for continuous energy, potentially setting back global sustainability initiatives by about 60 years. And our heroes are essentially part of a spy organization underwritten by the UN, which are trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And so we're going to pick things up. You guys recently stole a key card for the purposes of getting onto a high-speed train and performing a very much spycraftian data swap with a financial firm, the data of which you hope will help you hone in on Lakasis' goals. And you folks are currently flying on a plane from Germany across the world, 11 and a half hours to the Shanghai Pudong airport. And up all the way in first class on these airlines, as they typically are, you have our first character who will introduce Psynock. Please go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little about your character.
Alright, so I am Rurik, and in this I'm playing Alexander Folkmalot, codenamed Psynock. I am the eldest son of a family that has been spies all the way back since the First World War, and they have made their riches through this mercenary secret agent business that they've been doing for the last 120 years. And as such, we have cousins who are specialized in different forms of things. As the scion of the main house, I'm sort of an all-rounder, but I focus primarily on stealth infiltration and disguise charisma type things. Think of my guy very much as an Ethan Hunt type character, but really, really rich and Russian.
And so you're currently up in, again, first class on these 11 and a half hour voyages. You probably have your own pod where you can extend the bottom of your chair into a full bed that you can sleep in. You're likely given your seat by Eclipse. There's probably like somewhere between coach and middle class, and you're like, fuck it, I'm upgrading myself, and got one of those seats. A little bit further back in what we would consider probably coach or economy class, you have our other 2 players. First of which is 11, or Michael Murillo. Bro, would you go ahead and introduce your character?
Sure. My name is Joe. I'm playing Michael Murillo, codename 11. He is a mannequin from the aforementioned spy/shit organization, Lakasis. He's basically a 16-year-old child assassin that was raised from a young age to be a murderous fuck. They pay him. He goes out, does missions, kills things. He doesn't give a shit about it. He was recently rescued from Lakasis by the Eclipse organization and brought in as a team member turned face. So think of him as more of the Snake Eyes slash, typical ninja swords, some gun usage, stealth, all that good shit. Ninja stars, basic stealth assassin type.
Sweet. And over, not next to, but a few seats away, we do have Jackrabbit, also known as Waylon Lee, played by Julio.
So yeah, Waylon, he's a good old boy from Central Florida. He is an EPA enforcement agent, which means that he's basically a environmental cop. However, he moonlights as the internet vigilante known as Jackrabbit, a renowned hacker and all-around annoying person for anyone who is an environmental villain. Yeah, that's about it.
Environmental villain.
Yeah, man, like those Captain Planet ones. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Except for instead of a bunch of rings, he has a shotgun that shoots all sorts of crazy ammunition.
Just about.
Fair.
Rock salt.
Hell yeah.
Fair. Sweet. So we join you folks as you are mid-flight. You folks are due to land like 8 a.m. China. I don't know what China time is called. I should probably look that up. Whatever the local time is in Shanghai. But right now, you folks are on a mission briefing with a few of your closest, discussing essentially what will happen when you land, which will be March 31st, and the train ride, which will happen on April 1st, also known as April Fool's Day, but not really relevant to the game. So you're on a mission briefing. Den Mother's present. If you folks remember, she is a African-American gal, been with essentially Stars or Eclipse for several years and leading essentially your cell of spies. You're also on the line with Dr. Quentin Tyler, who is your field analyst and essentially all-around Agent Q, providing you with gadgets, technology, and support on missions. Also present is Seth Humphreys, who's essentially your handler for this ragtag group of folks that sort of conduct missions for Lakasis. And Den Mother's eventually just hammering through the purpose of the mission. As discussed, the events that took place at Escon and the sabotaging of that essential self-facilitating magnetic energy facilitation device would have set back environmental initiatives by about 60 years. That self-generating battery is incredibly valuable. And so while we attempt to find out Lakas's goal for sabotaging that initiative, one of the things we like to do is look at financial data. Who would have benefited had the device been rolled out? And who might have gained financially if the device was an absolute failure? To do so, we are using one of our partners. Their names are CSA Equity. We typically trade financial data with. They're an Italian firm, very large financial trading analyst and consultancy. Ordinarily, they trade us the data without issue for a small monetary donation, she smiles, or we will swap them some minor bits of information. This time around, they're playing hardball. It's a bit strange. They're asking for information on Stars activity in Croatia. They won't tell us why they want the data. This is very problematic. We're going to trade this information, or we're going to pretend to trade this information because we still need what we need, with one of their partners named Felix Gala. And you folks are on your way to China as a result of meeting up with this partner and performing the quote-unquote swap. We say quote-unquote swap because we're not actually going to give them the information. We are going to pretend to then take it back. And when he realizes that the information is gone from the hard drive on his laptop, typically professional courtesy and etiquette in these things is not to go, hey, I need the data again. You just accept your loss. You don't appear like a rookie. And that is, as they say, that. Quick overview. You folks are going to land in Shanghai Pudong Airport in roughly 10 hours. You're going to check into the Ramada Pudong Airport while being picked up by our operatives shortly thereafter. You folks will have exactly 1 day to flesh out the details of this mission. You folks have a key card that will allow you to get into the machine room, which will allow you to slow the train down and turn off some of the train sensors as necessary. I should mention you folks are performing the swap on a train. And we are going to utilize this closed space as a means to, one, give the information to Felix Gallo, as well as steal it back. And it's a closed environment where they're going to be least suspecting just deliberate sabotage, which, of course, we will still perform. Bare bones, Jackrabbit, you'll be in the machine room operating the train behind a closed door, of which no one on the train should have a key for. It's really specifically for the manufacturer, so once there, you should be safe. Michael, you will be on top of the train, and your goal will be to erase the hard drive using a specific device. We should also once again mention that the train's going 350 miles an hour. And Psynock, you will be handling the actual swap of information with Felix Gallo. You're well known as an agent in the space, so using you for this type of drop is not uncommon on our behalf and allows you to do what you do best.
I'm here.
Questions?
Nope. Get on train, erase drive. Got it.
It is fairly
Questions?
straightforward.
Fairly straightforward in a spy kind of way.
I mean, we know it's going to go sideways, but as of right now, we know what we got to know.
Seth,
Real quick, one
who's
thing
typically
for
a
our
bit-
viewers. If you are looking to help out players, you can spend channel points to buy inspiration. In this game, they'll be hero points. You just have to pick who they go to. I roll like shit.
I was actually going to get to that in as soon as we finish the briefing,
Okay, sorry.
because we do hero points and we do spy points, and I want to make sure you folks remember the difference between the two.
I'll say, since we're out of character and being slightly meta, there's only one time zone in China called Beijing time. Despite the fact that it's 5 time zones wide, they only recognize it as one time zone, and it's GMT +8.
Oh, China.
I like that.
Oh, China.
It's well, I mean, I think that's incredibly useful actually for the country.
You're doing good. I mean, look,
Yeah.
if it was me, no time zones. You just accept that some people have different things at different times, and then there's less math.
Exactly right. I will talk to you tomorrow at 11. Sweet. They know that's early for them. You know it's late for you. You don't give a shit. Right? None of this converting where are you on the planet stuff. Seth actually pops in jokes and goes, the mission may go sideways, but folks, please don't let the train go sideways. That would mean the death of many people. Quentin Tyler pops in and goes, a little bit of information on technology. Michael, you'll be equipped with 2 devices. One, a device that will allow you the short-range deletion of material from hard drives, which will be contained on your person. You will also be utilizing a suit, which will essentially allow you to maintain your strength despite the wind resistance, and will also provide you with a shield that is not used for anything but blocking wind.
Fair.
It'll extend about 1.5 feet from your torso, so a little bit less than your full arm's distance. Keep that a note when you're climbing. We're going to want you to do short, purposeful gestures. Always keep 3 points of contact with the train of all times, meaning move a hand, move your opposite foot, move the hand, move the opposite foot. The more pristine your gestures, the better you are. It will likely take you, if you start from the back of the train, and you need to get to the executive car or the elite passenger car, where we anticipate Felix being. It'll probably take you around 20 minutes if you're a careful crawl. So please factor that into wherever you decide to exit the train and crawl to.
Roger that.
The train has 8 cars. There's an engine car, which I expect you folks to have no interactions with. There's a machine room and crew cabin. Waylon, you're going to need access there. There are 4 main passenger cars. There is 1 elite passenger car where, Alex, we will secure you a ticket. And there is 1 luxury/conductor car where we expect Felix to be stationed. We put you folks on the same car, but candidly speaking, we don't really want you within shouting distance when this person loses all of his information. You folks will go ahead and meet up, perform the swap, because you can walk around the train relatively freely, and then be on your way.
Standard operating procedure for my family is when data is swapped, immediately head to chambers, verify data, and then don't speak to anyone until you arrive.
Exactly. The total train ride ordinarily takes 4.5 hours. Again, this train is going from Shanghai to Beijing. The train moves at a remarkable 350 miles per hour, so please be careful if you're on the outside of the train. We will be diverting the train underneath mountains. This will be the time in which you will perform your swap, or you can perform your swap beforehand, but we need to have the information erased when you're under the mountain. You'll have 8 minutes of time in which to do so. So if you're going to climb from the back of the train to the front of the train, do so with 12 minutes or such before you get to the mountain.
What sort
I'll
of
make sure.
security are we expecting? Metal detectors and the like.
It is an ordinary, well, it's the fastest train in the world, but in a sense, it is simply a train. One difference from boarding a standard train is you do have to show ID and proof of your tickets, that it matches your name, similar to a commercial flight. There isn't a metal detector or anything of that nature. It's not like a flight. And so essentially you folks can bring all of your standard equipment aboard without any issues.
It is just a matter of choosing which cane comes with me.
Right. We know you have 3. We know you like 1 for certain things. We expect you to tell the DM which cane you're using, but the DM won't really care because he knows that you're going to be honest about which cane you brought. So typically there is 1 staff member of the train per car. There's typically someone who is security at the back of the car and someone who is security at the front of the car. There's also a conductor and likely someone who's an engineer who might need to work on the train, etc. So we can anticipate roughly 12 staff members aboard the car.
Okay.
Other than that, if you folks have any questions, now's the time when we still have a little bit of operational time to get things to where it needs to get to. If not, gentlemen, enjoy the remainder of your flight. Get some sleep since you're going to be arriving early in the morning, China time. We do not want you folks exhausted for this mission. Making undue constitution checks to stay awake during your mission is not anything any operative is interested in doing.
Indeed. I have a question. Is my stealth suit currently on site, or is there time to add things to it?
Stealth suit?
The suit I'll be using to climb on the outside of the train.
Oh, it provides you very little in the way of stealth, more a matter of maneuverability under extreme duress.
Is my maneuverability suit already on site, or can I upgrade it before it gets there?
It is already on site, but there's the opportunity to perform light upgrades or modifications if necessary. What are you thinking?
Is there any way to add like a squirrel suit mechanism to it?
Do you anticipate diving off the train?
If I need to evac in a hurry.
We can add a parachute to it, but we could add the technology for it to be a squirrel suit, but you would just fall like a stone. It's too heavy.
Oh. Fair. And what can we do in the ways of optic camouflage? Anything?
Fuck all.
Fair. All right.
For a few simple reasons, the mechanism required to deploy the shield, the mechanisms required to clamp would all severely interfere with optical camouflage. Also, the speed you're going, which would allow the sort of rear camera to project the rear image to the front and the front camera to project the front image to the back, would just be picking up blurs, and it would be too static. It's too fast for at least the technology that Quentin can install overnight.
Fair.
Mission 1, they gave me a heads-up display glasses. I 100% have kept these, if you would be allowing this, Mr. Game Master.
You guys are like on a Zoom, right? You're like just like talking quietly. People are sleeping. Like you have like either your overhead lights on or not. You've got like, I'm assuming whatever the 2037 version of AirPods are in. Quentin looks down in his glasses at you like this and is like, "Do you think that I don't know that you still have those?"
I'm saying to the DM, like so essentially I'm wearing my suit and the glasses. I expect he knows I have them, but I'm letting
he put on his medic
I have them.
If I
Well,
could,
you put on your metagame hat, and I gave you a real world answer.
Okay.
Like, you're like, by the way, I still have my heads up glasses. I won't be requiring another pair. And Quentin's like, no shit, motherfucker. I
I
keep
still have
charging my
my
technology.
I still have my watch that shoots sleep darts and lasers.
So,
Yep, totally fine.
all right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I don't need a lot of gear.
Quentin says when you folks arrive, I'll be, we'll have the opportunity to provide you folks with any light tech that you require that we might have on site.
Hidden, low profile ballistic vest and that sort of thing.
Den Mother says, Jackrabbit, you've been a little bit quiet. Anything on your mind?
I think he'd
Not
rather
as
be
such. It
fishing.
seems like
Sorry.
I always rather be fishing, but it seems pretty straightforward. My only issue is I don't speak the language. It's gonna be a little difficult for me to make my way covertly to the machine car.
Quentin says, last time or yesterday, we had you with an earpiece and we essentially in real time translated for you. This time we're going to equip you with a sub-vocalization immediate translation system. So you will speak English, you will sub-vocalize what you need to say in English, and you will speak in German.
Now that's some fancy fixins.
You'll also have an earpiece which will translate for you. Again, there's typically no one that goes into that car. It is essentially sealed, right? No one goes into the engine while you're flying a plane. No one's anticipated to go into this particular engine on this train. Typically, if there's ever any sort of mechanical issue, they'll just speed someone out for repairs. Or typically the repairs won't cover that particular part of the engine. Things with tracks, things with wheels, things with gears, pistons, turbines, whatever the hell. Those are all sorted out on the external area of the car.
They won't have the key card for it anyway, won't they? I mean, there's only like 3 in existence.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's no one should be going into that train whatsoever.
Okay, so once you're in, you're good.
Right. The trick is getting in.
You're
All right,
getting
I
out.
feel like I got the easiest job here. Sorry, fellas.
That's fine. All I got to do is climb.
And all Alex has to do is talk. If we can just make sure that the timing goes without a hitch, we should be good to go.
But you know what they say, any plane you have is only as good as the first punch, right? You get hit in the face, and then everything goes sideways, and that's the end of it. So, plan for the best, prepare for the worst.
Seth raises his hand one more time and goes, again, please don't let the train go sideways. That'd be a big problem. Problem. There's like 100 people per car. There's like 812 people aboard this train. We just don't need that.
Nah.
Don't need it at all. By the way, surprise! And Seth turns his camera and you see the neon lights of Shanghai. When you guys arrive, be on the lookout for me holding a sign that says jackasses.
Wow.
And we'll go ahead and pick you up.
Love you too, Seth.
Seth also turns the camera to the other side, and you see that seated essentially behind him on a different bed in the same hotel room is Quentin. Like they're basically in the same exact area.
Gotcha.
And Quentin waves.
How y'all get there so fast?
We've been here, man.
They didn't come with us to Germany to do our last mission, so
they flew direct from the States. And we knew that the operative would be on this car on this day 3 days ago, so they basically got here first just to make sure everything was appropriate.
All right, let's do this.
Sweet. Quick timeline. I think literally you folks did the Germany mission knowing that you guys would be here a week after you all met. Was I think March 29th was sort of where you went for the briefing to this mission. March 30th, you folks officially received news of this mission, and you went to Germany. Basically, in a single day, did what you did. You're on a plane already heading for March 31st for prep, and April 1st is the mission itself. So basically, when you folks flew to Germany, basically the C team flew directly to China.
The men in the chair. Super important.
Yep. Oh, well, if you remember, Seth is a field operative. He's just typically been injured. He's supposed to be a member of your team. He's actually the leader of your team. He's just been
He's the stat,
a bit
and
fucked
he's
up
stop
lately.
getting hurt.
Right. Well, whatever his last mission was, which you've never asked him about, fucked him up. And yeah, so they say, have a good night, gentlemen. Get some sleep, and we will talk soon.
Cool.
Anything you folks care to do while you are on a plane headed to Shanghai Pudong Airport?
I absolutely sleep.
And my guy goes to bed.
The good thing is, like, of this group, there's no like stereotypical emo, I can't fall asleep when I need to people.
No.
Like, no, it's like the dark, brooding, I wasn't able to sleep, so I'm miserable type, which is good.
My dude's an assassin. He knows if there's a time to sleep, you take it. Because you don't know when the next time to sleep is going to come up. So,
Yep.
Waylon will welcome any possible time to nap.
You have like a dream, Waylon, where you're like, you wake up in your fucking underwear and you're in like the back of like an electrician service truck, and there's like literally like a fucking electrician service truck pulls up behind you, and you remember that you're on the mission in Germany and you're like currently altering power to the base itself, and you don't remember a word of German. You're in your underwear and you can't find your fucking service clothes, and you wake up when it's like,
Oh my god.
attention all passengers, we are currently about 30 minutes away from touching down in Shanghai Pudong Airport. We will ask you all to return your gaze to the upright position and your chairs to fully whatever the fuck they say. I think it's locked and stored, and then your chairs in the upright position, but I'm not a flight person, so who gives a shit? And yeah, 30 minutes till you folks land. You're all handed little pieces of paper that ask for any kind of custom shit that you're declaring. Since you folks essentially arrived from one mission to another, you have no gear on you. You're basically just traveling as is. You have nothing to declare, so you basically just go through the process of filling out the form and putting fuck all.
Don't go to fucking London.
that's what you declare?
Sorry.
What is that from? Is that from like
Snatch.
Snatch? Yep.
It's also from real life. Just don't go to London. It's a horrible place.
As far as large cities are concerned, London is not my least favorite.
Something just happened with our stream. Skype just fucking spazzed out, and Izzy, you lost your background.
I'm on it. I saw it. Thank you. Since I'm not running the game, I have a lot better eyes on what's going on than usual.
You're back, but you need your background back.
I'm good.
And you're good. Sweet.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yes, sir. So, you folks land, and the first thing you do is you deplane. You walk around. Well, actually, I'll ask you. You folks deplane. You guys have to continue through tunnels and bullshit. There's only 2 terminals to the Shanghai Pudong Airport, so it's not a long walk. But you guys have to walk. Do you folks meet up immediately? You keep on walking. Like
I keep them within eyesight of myself, but I don't do anything to show that I know either one of them.
Since first class debarks first, and I've got no bags, I just debark, glasses on, like complete Russian businessman, just walk through, looking for Seth.
Is it debark or disembark?
Either, I think.
I think it is either, but I think debark is what they say.
Okay, fair enough.
Actually, I think they say deplane, which is.
I've always heard disembark, like Tom said, but I've also heard debark used occasionally.
And I have heard
I know
deplane as well.
I know there's definitely a deplane, and I fucking hate that thing. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, so debark is unboat.
Unless you're a little Spanish dude, you can be like, deplane, deplane.
Yep.
It wasn't Spanish.
What? I don't care.
Oh my god!
I don't care.
At least I'm honest, man.
Fuck you, proud people.
That's what the kids call
I didn't
based.
say all that.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's deplane because debark literally means to unboat.
Yeah.
That's just language.
Yeah. Cool. You head off in your direction. Waylon, you see that neither of these two give a fuck about you. They
I
basically-
waited for both of them. I'm just keeping them like within eyesight, like line of sight.
I mean,
Like I'm not walking next to either one of them because I don't want to make that connection that we all know each other. But I'm keeping them. I'm keeping them in my periphery.
as someone who
to
has
make
been
sure.
on planes a lot, if we are not literally sitting together, the odds that we're actually going to get off the plane together are extremely slim. So, every man for himself, basically, when it comes to getting off a plane.
I see you got the fucking carousel.
Exactly.
Cool. Quick note: we are actually playing now, right? Like we're actually like in game.
Yeah.
Things could or may not be happening. So in roll 20, everyone is going to go ahead and roll me 10d10.
Knew that
Or
was
did
coming.
I close out roll 20? I'm such a jackass. Oh,
Uh,
no, that's right.
You couldn't have. It's being seen. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just on a separate tab. When I'm DM, I have 2 or sometimes 3 roll 20 tabs. How many d20s do you want? 10?
Knew that right?
Yes.
Oh.
Correct.
D10s, Julio.
Yeah, I heard that.
I did say 10d10. That's my bad. I want 10d20. That's my fault.
Alright. Oh no.
Good thing, because those were terrible freaking rolls.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just the way that goes, man.
That's slightly
So
better.
Izzy's got a very good roll and then a fucking fail. But at least you didn't crit fail.
Good lord.
I rolled borderline average.
I will say that most of my rolls are above a 10, and so that is substantially better than I have ever done before.
I got 4 low rolls and the rest are all good. So
Alex is 100% the fucking that meme where your character is a badass but your rolls are shit. Like they show Jason Momoa and then they show fucking Rob Schneider's character from 50 First Dates.
That's hilarious.
I didn't crit anything, but I didn't fail anything either. So that's good.
I thought these were going to be better. They're actually worse.
At least you got a 20 in there. You don't have any ones. Izzy's the only one with a 1. Which isn't necessarily an automatic crit fail, but some people play with it as a crit fail.
If I'm lucky, all I will have to do in this game is talk and roll a few rolls.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Because
You'll go to talk to the main dude and one will come up. Fucking sneeze and shoot a snot rocket onto his jacket.
So just so you know, I'm a scumbag, and so what I have done is I've scrambled the numbers 1 through 10. So what you think is your first hidden roll in this game will definitely not be.
Gotcha.
I love it. That's perfect.
So the reason I'm having an audience, the reason why I make my players roll, is because there are always times where it's like, should you have noticed this?
Yeah.
And if I ask everyone to roll, everyone metagame knows, oh shit, something's happening. So I just keep these rolls in my pocket when necessary for the game if I need someone to do a roll. They've rolled their own dice. So there's still that level of agency, but at the same time, no one's going to go ahead and go, I'm aware of what's happening. Uh-oh. Which, just I think that's a bit more fair for the experience. Another note on rolls. Each of you, congratulations, have 1 hero point. A hero point can be used after you roll typically shit. But before you know whether your action has succeeded or failed, so say you roll a 7, and you're like, that's not going to be high enough. I want to use a hero point. It's essentially advantage. You'll get to roll again and take the best results. However, on your second roll, if you rolled lower than a 10, we will add 10 to your result. So essentially, your second roll in that advantage is almost inevitably not a complete shit one. Any questions on that, on the hero roll? Hero point. You also have a spy point, which is my own invention. This is a Mutants and Masterminds game. There are no spy points, but since it's a spy game, I'm inventing one. At any point in the game, if you find that you're fucked, right? And we used a spy point last game, where a guard walks in, turns and looks directly at Psynock. We use a spy point to essentially say, oh, I'm going to jump up and grab onto the bottom of this catwalk. Right? You happen to time froze. And at me as the DM gave you the best course of action to save yourself. A spy point could also be used as oh no, there's a guard who's about to see me. I'm currently in the crew quarters. and he's about to spot me. What should I do? And I'll be like, you know, you happen to see the hat of the fucking chief engineer. If you put it on, his demeanor will instantly go from "What the fuck are you doing here?" to "Oh my god, boss, I didn't know you were supposed to be here." Like just that cool spy shit that people pull out of their ass. One hero point, one spy point.
When you spend a spy point, you go dun, 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 dun,
He literally did
dun,
last
dun, dun.
time.
Well, you can, but I can't officially say that we should because there's probably copyright infringements. This game is already like separate and legally distinct, but definitely a complete copy of the MCU. Right? I wrote it when I went out in like the fucking in the late '90s, early '20s when I was like watching Marvel cartoons. But everyone knows this fucking shit is right. Like no one's. This isn't like it's an homage, but I also don't want to go ripping off shit blatantly.
Yeah.
Man, Bond probably doesn't have too much longer before he's in the public domain.
Who?
James Bond.
There's always ways of renewing it, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of Mickey Mouse laws.
Yep.
Literally Mickey Mouse laws.
Well,
But the issue is that-
they call them Mickey Mouse laws, but they're actually like the something Bono law or something like that.
Well, right, but Disney's the one that championed them.
Yeah,
they don't
basically.
want to lose their characters.
That's why they're known in the public parlance as Mickey Mouse laws, because Mickey Mouse should have been in the public domain a long time ago.
There's like minor things of updating and editing and swapping and like renewal of property that you like essentially morph into something relatively new and just sort of keep the originality.
Exactly. Actually, the Mickey Mouse laws actually they end in like 2024, I want to say. But at that time, it's not every Mickey Mouse that becomes public domain. It's specifically the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse.
That's fucking funny. And everyone's going to use that shit because honestly, it's kind of
Yeah.
Fucking.
I would still not mess with a mouse.
no.
Do not. It's never a good idea.
I mean, specifically because like, I mean, who the fuck really wants like? I don't even think that someone deserves to have to use Mickey Mouse because he enters the public domain. Like, fuck off, it's Mickey Mouse. Fuck, do you have a right to that shit for? There are certain things that should enter public domain, like a medicine, right? Like, let's all make the generic version of fucking Lipitor, which happened and Pfizer lost millions, but the medicine became more competitive and better and great. But like creative properties, fuck off. No one deserves to own the fucking mouse.
Mm.
That's my opinion. Feel free to disagree.
I think that it would be okay as long as they weren't being so shitty about cease and desist. But that's a whole other fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yo, speaking of
easy
things that
right-
come into public domain recently, Winnie the Pooh, I think, has recently come into public domain.
Oh yeah,
And
they're
someone's making a horror movie with it.
Yeah,
and
dude.
it's Winnie the Pooh, and
It's
I think
fucked up.
Piglet. Yeah, they were like abandoned by Christopher Robin. And they become like fucking zombie type things. That like, and I'm like, yo, this shit looks sick.
That's the thing. No one needs that, right? Like fucking Thousand Acre Woods. We don't need that. That's
Okay.
not cool.
But let's be clear. At least one parent is going to take their kid to watch that movie by accident.
Oh yeah. And fucking
Like
Winnie the
Karen-
Pooh's gonna rip off a kid's head and eat it like a honey pot. Like,
You saw the shit show that happened with Deadpool, man.
Yeah.
Parents were like, "Oh, it's a superhero movie." And Ryan Reynolds says, "If you're taking your kids, you deserve whatever happens to you because you should not be that clueless."
I mean, they actually released like a PG-13 version, didn't
Yeah.
they? Like they redid it.
Yeah.
Just like they cut it up and basically a little bit differently, just so.
I know. Deadpool 3 is gonna be rated R according to the writers and director. And they were like, we have the green light to make it an R rating, but Disney has the last say on the jokes that we put in it. So if we put anything too over the top, they could be like, So
I mean, whatever, fuck 'em.
You
Not the
folks-
mouse per se, but just
Yeah.
But the fact
You
that they're
folks-
letting them make it R, I'm sorry, this will be the last thing. The fact that they're making them actually let it be R rating is surprising to me. All right, I'm done.
I mean, so just to continue that thing, they did good with Moon Knight,
Yeah.
right? They took the full Netflix MCU extension and they uploaded Disney Plus with like the content warning, which
Yeah.
fucking pissed parents off. Like, you can't put this on here. You can't do that. Don't do that. So I mean,
Yeah.
thus far,
what parents
decent.
sound like.
Yes.
Well-
Yes, you included.
You can't put parental controls on there, so you know.
Look, man, I got 3 kids. As a parent, you should just be aware of what the fuck your kid is doing
Yeah, of
and make
course.
sure that you're okay with it. And if you're not, don't let them do it. Like I don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Some people
Raise your
don't
damn
invest much
kids.
time in their kids, unfortunately.
Raise your damn kids.
Parenting, how the fuck does it work?
It's only been around for the history of the world.
Whatever, man.
Maybe longer. I don't know. Anyway, so you guys head on over to customs. And you guys end up on a line, and there's a line specifically for native Chinese folks, which always moves a little bit quicker. There's probably a separate line for like, hey, these countries are really friendly with us because they share a border and you have people coming through all the fucking time.
Fuck yeah, Russia.
Yeah. So, I mean, you actually get on the fucking relatively expedited line as well. And then we have the line for, and it's what, March 30th? It's March 31st. I know that. Though it's Sunday was the 29th. It's a Tuesday. So, yeah, Tuesday in the morning, pretty fucking busy.
Wait,
And so
did we know there was going to be multiple lines like this? Beforehand?
Anyone who's traveled internationally would know, yes.
All right. Can I get one of those speaker thingies that I put in my Yap and then he can hear and talk Russian? Because Michael Murillo, 11, already has a Russian passport somewhere in his fucking gear. And he's not waiting online. So he's just like, can I have a translator? Thank you. Let me get the fuck out of here. I'm not waiting on this line.
We're at the point where we're using text to prevent mild inconvenience.
Exactly.
Also, bro, you're nothing but a hat. So lean back a little bit. There we go.
No,
like you were literally just a black oval for a bit. Yeah. So yeah, for sure.
Well, just so our audience knows, I'm a lazy fat dude, so occasionally I lean on my desk. So my apologies.
I mean, you can lean, just at least look up so we can see your face.
Then it'll be like,
No
one wants to see that.
That's exaggerated.
Lean the other way.
So you rock away, lean back.
So cool. You each get on your respective lines. It's always just like, I'm on this line, then I'm going to see the customs agent. It's always uncomfortable. I don't know why. I'm like, okay, I'm going to Rome. There's never going to be an issue. I have seen people get yanked off the line in Cuba at customs because we're taking Americans through, which is legal on the Cuban end, but sometimes you just end up getting questioned a bit. Why are you here? Why does your country hate us? Why are you scumbags, etc.?
El Imperio.
It's racial profiling, but if we're looking at it in that direction, given the history, it's kind of like, well, maybe you had it coming. I don't know. It's weird. We're not going to discuss it right now.
I know that you know that Julio and I have thoughts on this process.
Well, yeah, you're both Cubans.
We
so
could go on for
obviously-
hours.
Right. And we won't. So, you guys get in line and you guys go ahead and move up. Sinok, you went through first. So you walk up to the customs official. He's like, customs form, passports, and your ticket, please. And he says it, of course, in perfect English because, international languages and whatnot. Actually, no, you're Russian. He says it in Russian. If you were one of the others, they'd have said it in English because you'd have had you would have made the assumption. But you are clearly Russian. So he says in amazing Russian, I need these 3 documents.
Boom, boom. I am wealthy and unimpressed.
Yep.
Yeah, of course you speak my language. Fuck off.
He goes through your passport book. He actually goes to the appropriate page where your book needs a stamp, right? Because they'll go through your passport book and be like, oh, stamp page 9 for no reason, out of order, fuck you. But he goes through, he stamps appropriately, he looks at it, looks at you, looks at it, looks at you, looks at it, looks at you, and goes, Mr. Volkomov, will you be staying long?
I will not be in Shanghai long. I intend to travel China.
Hands it back to you, hands you back your customs form, keeps one of the little in your visa, he takes your visa, he tears part off that was stuck to your passport, keeps that, goes, please proceed. It's already a thing now, so absolutely everyone gets fucking scanned for facial recognition when you go through customs. It is just the way. It's like mask down, scanned your face, get the fuck out of here. So you assumed your face was scanned, etc.
Man, I haven't flown in a while.
Next up, we will go ahead and do Alex. Sorry, we just did Alex. We will do Michael. 11. You go ahead and walk up to the same counter.
Yep.
and you get passport, fucking customs form,
I hand
etc.
him all three before I even ask. I'm like, bang, 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 there you go.
He looks at it. He looks at you, looks at it, looks at you, looks at it, looks at you. He says, "Little young to be flying alone, don't you think?"
But my family trusts me.
Looks at the thing, looks at you, looks at the thing. Does his TP type shit, tears your visa, puts it inside of your passport, hands it back to you along with your ticket, and says, "Please proceed."
Thank you, comrade.
Do you say thank you, comrade?
No, I'm not being stupid. I say thank you and I walk away.
Okay. Then on over to Waylon. Waylon. Oh yeah,
Howdy.
you walk over.
Howdy.
Waylon is painfully American, by the way.
Waylon the customs agent grabs your passport, looks that it says America, kind of like opens it, takes a look at your thing, takes a look at the customs form, scratches out something, ends up reversing the order and the date because Americans put the date in backwards according to everyone that goes, day, month, year. We go month, day, year because we're fucking weird. Do the things, flips to a page, just fucking stamps your passport, doesn't give a shit where the stamp is, like, fuck you, I'm not doing this shit neatly. Hands it back to you and goes, "How long stay?"
By the way, Waylon, throughout this whole process, broad smile on his face. He's just like his head is in the clouds at the moment, like giving out that look of like, yeah, I'm American. I have no idea what's going on. He says, well, I don't really know. I gotta check my other ticket. Hold on. And then he starts like digging through his bag to see like when his return flight is.
Dude, you don't have a return flight. You're going across the country to Beijing.
Yeah. But he's trying. He's trying to be so annoying that the guy will just be like, "Yeah, sure, whatever."
Customs?
He looks at your customs form, which, by the way, you have to list your hotel that you're going to. He goes, "You're staying at the Ramada?"
Yep.
How long will you get the Ramada? And like a day and a half.
It's gonna be a day and a half. After that, I'm gonna be taking a bullet train to I forgot where.
He looks at your passport, just hands the shit back to you, like, doesn't think you're suspicious, just doesn't want to talk to you more. Goes, "Please proceed."
Exactly. That's what I was going for.
Doesn't think you're suspicious, just doesn't like you.
Stay serious, dude.
Signock, you cleared customs first. What are you up to?
I said heading to where we're.
Sorry, you cleared. There's a specific word for you get your passport checked. You cleared essentially that part. You have to go to customs.
Immigration.
You cleared immigration. Yeah. And then you have to go to basically walk through customs. You have nothing to clear, so you basically just literally walk through.
Yeah, I've got a briefcase and I got my cane.
Right. If you had like luggage, you have to go through another process. But you walk through. Do you look back? Are you interested in anything?
I mean, I'm aware, but again, my main thing right now is to stick to my role, which is uninterested rich guy.
Right. Do you check on the others at all?
No, I mean, we're not quite friends yet, and I imagine that they are all professionals and able to get where they need to go on their own.
Cool. Okay.
But I am looking for Seth once I clear customs, because I don't have anything to pick up on the carousel.
Sweet. Fair enough. In which case, you folks go through, you proceed through customs, and by the order in which you folks go through, anyone take a piss?
What?
Take a shit? Pee, poop, airport?
Game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might go take a piss. Why not?
Cool.
What was it, like a fucking 11-hour flight?
Yeah, I mean, you could have peed on the plane, but like the whole deplane process, you have to stay seated. It's like a half an hour. Plus, you probably waited 15 minutes in line, the walking and shit. So.
Yeah.
Sweet. Moving along. You folks, so yeah, Signock, you get to the sign that says Jackasses. First, you see, Seth Humphreys. He's probably like 5'9". He's built like a brick shithouse, but still fairly lean. He looks like a combatant. He's wearing just like a t-shirt and some jeans, and he has a sign that says Jackasses.
I walk past him and then stand behind him. As if I am also waiting for the Jackasses.
He says, Alexander, how are you doing?
It was a good flight.
Glad to hear it. And you see that like parked behind him is like not like one of like the special fucking I don't know what the modern day luxury SUV would be, but like more of those boxy, like it's just seats and a steering wheel kind of vans.
Okay.
That's like usually used for like hotel pickups and shit like that, like a shuttle, not like a luxury utility vehicle.
I definitely should have called Jane to meet me in China.
And then you folks also file out.
Yeah. As soon as I see the sign, Jackass, it's like I've been striking conversations with randos, and the boys like, that's me. I'm Jackass.
And fucking Seth dies laughing, noticing that.
Is this the truck behind the sign in Seth? Like, is it blatantly ours?
He's standing in front of it, and there's like a lot of other people holding signs sitting in front of their vehicle.
All right, so rather than stop in front of the sign that says Jackasses, I walk right past him and just get in the car.
You get in passenger side, driver side. I know you're not moving, but
back passenger side, like rear of the car, passenger side, like away from the driver. That is.
Yep.
The back right. I just closed the door without saying anything. I'll show you jackasses.
Hey, it's me.
I mean, it's funny to me. It's not funny to my fucking assassin for hire child, fucking murderer, fucking.
Right.
He's super professional.
Actually, before that happens, you're getting in the car, and since you got in, say again which side you got in.
The back right.
Back right. So as you're getting in, you sit down, you close the door, and as you close the door, you see that there is a sandy-haired, tall, 6'2" gentleman that basically has been following you from the bathroom to where you now are. And he was sort of just surprised, as opposed to stopping and talking to anyone, you got directly into the car. And so he like abruptly stops, like picks the direction left and starts walking, but you realize you were literally just followed from the bathroom to where you're currently standing.
Fair.
And he just sort of fucks off to the side.
So he was walking up towards the car where I was going, and then he fucked off?
He was following from like 35 feet back. But when you got in the car and sat down, you like look over your right shoulder because he's got on the passenger side. And you're like, the fuck? And this guy's like literally stops kind of like surprised and then turns left. Like he rolled a 1. It was obviously shit.
I sub-vocalized on my communicator. I'm like, attention team, to the west, approximately 180 degrees. There's a sandy-haired man about 6'2", wearing this description clothing. He has been following me since the bathroom. I just noticed it now.
So since I was actually facing the people coming out, do I see this guy?
Oh yeah. He's 6'2", dark blue jeans. The fuck's the weather like in Shanghai? China there's
contaminated. That's what it's like.
Harsh.
He's out of line, but he's not. He's not wrong.
Here's the equator. So yeah, similar weather to fucking New York actually. So it is March. It's cool, but not like god awful winter. Just on this given day. So he's wearing a fucking black tank top, blue jeans. Looks a little bit like Steve Jobs with a light charcoal gray jacket over it. He doesn't actually look like Steve Jobs. I'm just saying like black turtleneck, dark blue jeans. Steve Jobs' thing. Sandy haired. And he just fucking hangs a left.
So I look over to Seth. One of yours?
Fuck no. I don't go bringing an entourage in spy missions. Well, unless it's you jackasses. But the longer we're here, the more time this person has to sub-vocalize to one of their teammates to pick up, since they now have broken the trail. So we need to get the fuck out of here.
Agreed. And I go and hop in the passenger side of the van.
So it is 2 seats in the front, big gap in the center. So there's like not like a 3-person front seat area, but you could actually walk from front seat to middle row, and rear row. In the rear row, which you have to like move the middle row's middle column or the fuck seats forward, is actually Quentin. He's in the car like, hey folks.
Oh, hey, Quentin. I don't suppose you could hijack a satellite and follow that asshole.
In China.
Come on, you're you. I know you could probably do it if you wanted to.
I'll give it a shot, but low percentage of success there.
Fair. Do we have drones or anything on hand?
No. Assume that we have nothing unless it's been explicitly mentioned.
Gotcha.
This isn't one of our standard operating countries, and I don't have the full resources of stars on hand.
Fair.
Because this is an unsanctioned mission.
I might be able to put something together.
We are black bag.
Right. I mean, if you want to whip out your laptop, sign in, and see what you can do, go for it, dude.
I do have.
You have a fuck ton of stats for hacking.
Yeah, and I have inventor, so I can whip something up probably with like a electric shaver motor and a couple of
some toothpicks and a piece of bubblegum.
maybe like a little shitty drone. Doesn't fly straight.
Quentin says, sit down next to me. If you can do me the favor of getting an uplink to a satellite, I'll handle the hacking part and we can work double time.
Sounds like a plan.
So you can go ahead and make a computer's roll, which may be followed by a disabled device roll, depending.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming you would have to hack in order to perform some of this. So what is your thought process? How are you getting from your laptop to a network to a satellite?
Well, anybody got a cell phone?
Burner, yeah. Got a burner phone. Here you go.
All right. So I'm gonna use the SIM with my PDA to try to get into the local cellular network, and then from there, proxy into the actual internet.
Okay, that's fairly easy for you. You get into the internet. I mean, like you're in the web. I'm just figuring you start pinging and trolling around for satellites.
I'm gonna start bouncing out of China, to come back into China, and then I'm gonna go into just in case I get backtraced or something.
Okay. You have a high tech and high computer knowledge. Like I think you're at a 14 naturally.
Yeah.
So you know that will make you more secure, so this way it doesn't get traced back to you. However, it will increase the challenge of your role, specifically because China's firewall is elite.
True that.
And it fucks up everyday people. So, for example, literal nowadays outside of game, Zoom has to do special interactions with China to permit Zoom calling behind the firewall with every other fucking country in the world.
Jeez.
So so you can leave China to do this, it'll hide you. So when it comes to being detected, you'll be safe, but it'll make your role a little bit harder.
Okay. So I'm just gonna do the one hop. I'm not gonna hop in and out like I originally planned, just to not make it extremely difficult. However, I will do a bunch of hops within China before I start looking for satellites and such.
Give me a computer's roll just for the first process, which fairly easy roll.
1d20 plus 14, right?
Yep.
Wow, that wasn't great.
It wasn't great. That's rather shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, you do it.
I assume that connection is not going to be super stable, so I do, let everybody know. I say, well, got a satellite.
Fair.
Well, and now you have to. So you found a satellite. Okay, so now we're gonna let you pick your satellite because you're above an airport and there's a fuck ton. So there's like 2 Shanghai, like Pudong International Airport satellites.
Nope.
There's like 2 government satellites. And like one's used for like one Shanghai is probably used for like communication within the surrounding area. If you have flights coming in and off air control towers, you have another Shanghai satellite, probably like backup / surveillance. You have 2 government ones, which you assume are both somehow monitoring the exact same connections plus surveillance. And then you probably have like, since Shanghai is actually a big city and you're not you're like in the heart of Shanghai. You are in the heart of Shanghai. You have like 1 or 2 commercial satellites.
Mm-hmm. Like some knockoff Alibaba stuff.
Right.
I'll let the fellas know. And what exactly do you need me to do with the satellite?
They
I was gonna say definitely don't take one of the air traffic control ones because we don't want to start any fucking crashes. But just trying to figure out where this guy's going and where, if any other operatives are.
Real quick, we are moving while this is happening, right? We're not.
Yeah. You're driving.
Yeah, that's why I asked for a SIM card and not a how do you call it? A Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah. I followed. The one thing I'll say is you need a satellite with a fucking camera that's good. Because if you use, like, say, for example, the commercial satellite, does the thing even have a camera? Is the camera fucking any good for tracking someone?
Yeah.
Nope.
So, I mean, you can jack the government one, but I wouldn't jack the one for the airport because that's we need to see fucking airplanes crashing because we stole the satellite.
Well, I mean, he can hack it and remain normal operation. He doesn't have to, like,
that's true.
Fuck shit up. But you'll be diverting a camera, of which you would assume there are many. But you do need a camera, you need a high quality camera.
Mm.
Also, as you type, like, this is happening quick, you're an expert hacker. We'll say that it took you 6 seconds to do the first part, maybe 12 seconds total. Like, this guy's probably important and fucking off, unless he just happens to find Michael Burrell attractive. Like, this guy's probably actively trying to get underneath cover and fucking hide. So you have the choice, and it's going to increase. It'll increase the difficulty of your hacking role. Are you going government? Are you going airport? Or are you going commercial?
I'm going airport.
Okay. You have 2 choices for the airport. You have the backup satellite or main satellite.
Backup.
Good call. Give me your hacking roll.
All right. Come on.
Oh yeah.
That's better.
That's what I'm talking about.
And by the way, you're actually at a plus 16 because you have a PDA that gives you a plus 2 to computer checks.
Oh.
Which I included in the previous roll, which saved your ass. Oh, it saved your ass because DCs in this game are typically done in increments of 5, and I needed a 20, and you had bombed it. So you're actually at a 29. You are in the satellites, and in which case, literally, fucking Quentin says, "Share your device with mine. I'm going to go in him." He's like already like. He has everything else done. He's pinged local areas. He's doing triangulation. He basically hands it over to him, and he's done. He's like, I've got the fucker. He is proceeding south, just walking at the moment. It looks like he's going to head into the the visitor parking area, which will be underground.
Can we get a clear shot of his face and run it through facial recognition before he disappears?
I'm going to pull that off of Alex's glasses.
Well, you can pull it off of mine, too. I saw him directly. I might even have seen him in the bathroom and not realized it. So there might be like a super good shot from like the mirror or something off my glasses.
Yep. I mean, we'll analyze it, but just in the process of, trying to see his face at the moment, I'm tracking him. He has about a half block left.
Gotcha.
Before he's in the car park, and I can continue monitoring it, but we might lose him.
Yeah. If we do lose him, then try and bring it over us and see if there's anyone following us.
Yep. And so you guys begin the car ride on over to the Ramada Hotel.
As we were talking, I look at Alex and I kind of dip my head a bit, and I'm like, sorry if I'm stepping on your toes. I kind of you as the de facto leader of this team, but I'm just trying to proceed expediently and didn't ask what you would have done in this situation to sign off.
Peter just Seth Humphrey just looks over his shoulder like, well, that's not accurate.
Well, in addition to you,
I'm like, you're doing fine. In mission, initiative is more important than chain of command.
I'll remember that.
Seth goes contractor, leader, and points his head while he's driving.
You weren't there when I was shooting in the gym.
Actually, I crashed a motorcycle in the gym with a broken arm.
Well, don't break it again. Pat yourself on the back. I say with a smile. I'm not being like a dick to him. I'm genuinely fucking with him.
He keeps driving. You do notice that his eye patch is gone, so he essentially looks 100% back to full health. He goes, all right, folks, we are now officially on the clock, so start brainstorming how the fuck you're going to get Waylon into the back of that train, and start brainstorming how the fuck you're going to get into your seat, and then on top of that train, Michael.
I assume there will be some sort of alarm system on any window I try and climb out of. Also, due to pressure loss and all that, so we'll have to disable that. And then I'll have to slip out the window, not lose my grip, and go flying away. And close the window, and then be on the train and climb to where I need to be. I can even probably, if we have our own cabin, I could probably just lock it down, pretend like I'm sleeping, have Jackrabbit disable the alarm from my window, slip out, shut it.
Quentin goes, you do not have your own cabin on the train. You are sitting in... No one has their own cabin on this train. It's just a matter of row seating or fancier row seating.
Fair. Are there bathrooms?
This train is less cross-country and more very nice subway.
Mm.
One of the matters of security for the train is that it does not have its own cars. Specifically, at the speeds the train goes, any sudden or deviations in speed, if you're not seated upright, in your seat as intentioned, is actually somewhat dangerous. So laying down, walking freely, similar to a plane, only advised when you're going to and from the restroom, or etc.
So Alexander looks at him and says, my cousin once tried to do a heist on a high-speed train.
Mm-hmm.
They always preferred to hide outside before the train started.
I was thinking that just now. I was thinking if
Getting
I can't...
on the outside once the train has begun is complicated.
Quentin says that is possible, but the point in time between when we need you folks mission ready for the actual outside placement of the device, which we don't know Felix see, and the activation of the device and making sure that the plan proceeds without a hitch means that we would need Michael on the outside of that train for about 2 hours, which is about too long. He'd be exhausted. The train assists, but nevertheless, it would be challenging. Also, we require Waylon to be in place first because he has to disable the outside sensors on the train from within the engine car. So this way, deviations in the airflow around the train aren't detected, which would be hazardous if there's anything that was causing problems.
Fair.
I probably have to get there pretty quick too, considering that I don't know exactly when the switch is gonna be, but I imagine it'll be about halfway.
So we do know this information. So ordinarily the train takes roughly 4.5 hours. We're going to deviate the train. Quentin says, I will specifically deviate the train intentionally at around the 2 hour, 15-minute mark, leaving you folks roughly 3 hours of train time left. Essentially before the train would have continued its ordinary course, you can get onto a secondary track, which will go under the mountain. The way I'm triggering the deviation is I've already infiltrated the train's sort of protocol systems, and we're actually going to blow up part of a mountain to create a rock slide. So there'll be an actual physical reason why we're moving the train, and then I will actually make sure that the switch is conducted by the train's algorithm itself, so it moves in the proper direction, putting us under the mountain. When you're under the mountain, this is essentially our cover for the deletion of the data from his device. This is when we need things to happen. It's when we're going to schedule the meet. It's when we're going to have Michael on the outside of the train placing the device, so this way things are deleted from the hard drive.
Does the engine car have access to the outside?
There is no external. The engine car, yes. The engine room that Waylon will be using, no.
Traveling between cars, is this something that is open to the air, like
It
other
is.
trains?
It's permitted, yes.
In this case, this would be the place to find yourself on the top.
Yeah.
Quentin says there are two possible means through which to do it. If you folks remember correctly, the second to last car is essentially... I'm sorry, I keep saying engine car for where Hooli will be. It's the machine room. The engine car is the last car. There's two ways that are advisable to leave. The first is between cars, as you mentioned. This is monitored by an on-site security system. You know, typically the doors open and close, and within a specific time frame, and there's a trigger if someone's out there too long. So this will be something else that we'll want to sort of disable as soon as possible. The other means is through the engine car. So it's engine car, machine room, and cabin quarters, 4 main passenger car, and then there's sort of like this elite car and the luxury car, which is a total of 10. So essentially, if we can place Michael towards the back of one of the 4 main passenger cars, along with Waylon, those folks can sneak to the back, one going to the machine room, one going to the engine car, and the way out of the train is a little suspect through the engine car. You have to go through the bottom, crawl along the bottom, but you already have the magnetic software, or the magnetic technology required to keep you on the train, and then you'll go on to the top. Those are the advised methods. Between cars, which is slightly risky, we have to fake that. From the bottom of the engine car, of course, there's a safety there. Someone's going to open up the bottom of the train, all of which are possible to be hacked and prevented, but just food for thought. Then we also have to make sure that both of you can get back there.
We have always said in the Volkmiller family that you leave specialists to do specialist things. 11. Which sounds like it is more up your wheelhouse.
I could do either, but if I go with Waylon towards the front of the train, I can at least watch out for him and then leave from there. If I go to the back, then it's going to be him by himself and me by myself. So.
Also, from what I understand, going from front will require less crawling along top.
Seth says, ideally, Waylon gets put in place first. The moment he's in place and that door is closed, no one on the train can access him.
Yeah.
From there, you'll have essentially, you'll be in charge of several key, well, all internal mechanisms on the train. This might include the passenger call button for one of the employees to go ahead and address a passenger issue. Similar to a plane, any person seated on the train can press a button and call the local attendant. Remember, there's one of those per car. So if we need to get you to move towards the back of the train on scene, we can fake an occurrence to have someone move up and then sort of slip you to the back of the train. There is the security person who manages things between their crew quarters, which is also the machine room, and the main passenger areas. That's probably going to be your hardest sticking point. You're going to need to get Waylon past and then you past, either at the same time or separately. If you do it together, you both sneak past, Waylon gets in place, there's a countdown between him getting in and opening the door for you and turning off security, where you're kind of going to be out in the open in that crew quarters. If you do it separately, it's 2 bits of sneaking, but your path is essentially assured.
Gotcha.
I should say right now, our parameters to get this mission done, but providing any harm to people, personnel, machinery, or equipment, not advised. So knocking out the security guard who's just doing his job, highly inadvisable. If you guys want to send him to the bathroom by putting something in his drink where he shits himself, go for it.
Oh, would it be the first time we've done that?
So, be creative. If he wants for us to think about, it's a 5.5 hour train ride, people get breaks. There will be a moment in time in which where one security might be covering both locations. These are things that we can hack, lift. We have a full day to plan, but we need you guys to map this thing out sort of beginning to end, knowing that we have a 5.5 hour timeline. And of course, try to include plan A, B, and C should anything happen. He looks in the rearview mirror, Quentin, we not be able to divert the train, for example, etc. Also, we don't know who just spotted us, but someone at least spotted entailed 11, which is a bit concerning. Yeah. So I would also consider means in which you can accomplish this mission should any of you be compromised. Correct.
The more concern about being spotted is that they spotted us together.
Well, that's why I walked away from you guys and then went into the car. I basically passed the sign and jumped in the car. They don't necessarily know that you guys are coming into the car as well.
It takes a quick bit of reasoning to go. He hopped into the car behind the person holding the sign and thinking that you folks were together, but it's like one of those, is this confirmed, is this not confirmed type of things. It's a bit of subterfuge, which is helpful, but may not be guaranteed.
It is now a known unknown.
By the way, bro, you had rolled several numbers, of which were reordered into 3, 11, 5. You rolled a 3 for spotting the man in the bathroom. You rolled an 11 for spotting as you got into the car. All right, sorry. There was something in the middle that I can't remember, but you essentially had rolled a 5 for spotting him once you got into the car. And
you rolled
you had a 3 for noticing he was following you. You had an 11 for at least memorizing the people in the bathroom. And then you rolled a 5, which wouldn't have gotten you shit, except he rolled a 1 on his following you at that point in time.
Gotcha.
Just the backstory.
Fair.
My numbers. It's not showing. That's funny. There you go. Discuss. I am always in vocal range of you, but I want you guys to kind of talk amongst yourselves. And, well, when you drink a gallon of water a day, you got to pay. So, talk.
All right. So, I like the idea of going forward and then crawling along the top. That gives Waylon backup to come forward. That gives Waylon backup as he's doing his thing. But the reality is, this is up to you guys. I am on my own and in a different place where I am not available to back you guys up.
Well, the one problem with us going together is it makes it harder to infiltrate the front of the cars.
I mean, so I don't know what I don't know, but I do know that technicians usually require more than one technician to do things. If we get you a set of overalls and you just walk forward with Waylon, it shouldn't be too bad, and he's got all the security tags and keys and whatnot. When given an option, I always prefer to hide in plain sight rather than to try and actually stealth, because
it tends to be more effective.
Yeah. If you act like you're supposed to be there, you're much more likely to get things done. The majority of people have no reason to question things.
True.
You did get yourself one of those sub-vocal translators, so you can also speak German. Unintended, benefit of you not wanting to deal with customs. Sign-off for this mission is carrying his pistol and sword cane. So I am a close-range combatant for this one. But if we get into combat, we're in tight spaces, and shit has gone way the fuck wrong.
Yep.
Seth jumps in real quick and goes, I'm following you so far. One thing, if we are going to put Waylon on that train for the purposes of servicing that train, we need him a uniform. We need him credentials, all relatively easily gathered. We also need to update essentially the data for that train to say there's supposed to be a technician with one of 3 key cards in the world for a routine inspection. all of which is possible. Just we'll need that, and if we're going to have Michael assist him in this endeavor, we'll need a second uniform and a second set of credentials, all fairly easily faked. And it just requires a bit of hacking, which I'm sure we can do. Just a heads up. Really, honestly, the hardest part with both the Doctor and Wayland with us, the hardest part is just getting a fucking uniform. Which, if we need to do some B&E overnight, we've got time.
I mean, 11 and Psynock could totally go into infiltration mode and go do the B&E. And it's standard B&E. I don't know, you could even hand wave that if you want.
At this point in time, given that you have an 18, Alex, you see actually, you're sitting 3 across, Alex in the back, and how are you guys seated? So
I'm in the passenger seat.
You're in the passenger seat. Okay, so actually not you. In which case we have Michael and Waylon in the center, sort of a row of seating, and then you have Quentin on his own in the back. Michael, you see what looks like a fucking bobcat underneath the passengers, underneath the driver's side seat, and a fucking face of like this narrow but fucking diesel-looking cat with like pointed ears that have black tufts of hair goes and hisses at you from underneath your fucking seat.
Like, yo, whose cat is that? Why is it so fucking? Why is it so angry?
Give me a reflex here, right? That thing probably like fucking scared the shit out of you.
Fair.
And then Julio, you're going to give me a different roll.
Reflex.
Actually, just a roll for me, and I'll handle your plus.
All right.
Because I'm at a total of +9 for reflex. So.
Yeah, I expect you to pass, but I just want to. All right, so you're at a 20. Wait, actually, no, that was Julio. Yeah, bro, just give me your reflex save.
I misspelled roll because
that's fine.
Oh. So what? So fucking 12.
So this thing puts both of its fucking paws on like each of your knees and fucking goes directly like to your face. Doesn't bite, it's just staring at you.
Me?
Yeah.
I just stand back at it then.
I mean, you're probably like in the back of your seat, like, what the fuck? And then like, Alexander by proxy, you see a fucking massive, it's like this wide. Like, fucking strong looking, fucking, it has like it looks similar to like leopard or jaguar spots on it. Not like
you said it's a cat, right?
It's feline, yeah.
I turn my head sideways and go to headbutt it. Like, not hard, but through the whole cat greeting thing. That cat's doing.
It's staring at you.
I don't care. It's a cat. I'm just like, I go to headbutt it. Because I've seen weirder shit
smacked at you by the cat, but not clawed. It's just like,
ow, I'm just being friendly.
But it makes a noise like fucking. It makes a noise like someone slapped leather. Like it smacks the shit out of you. And it's just looking at you.
I'm just being friendly. What the fuck?
With your role, and given that you have knowledge nature, this is a serval cat. It is like an African like wild cat bred to be relatively domesticated, illegal in most of the parts of the world. But a lot of people will pay $3 to $5 grand to have them as pets.
I noticed.
And all time says that you need to meow at it.
Fucking all time. God bless all time. What you call it? And essentially, they don't meow at all, these cats, so they hiss anytime they want to vocalize. So they hiss when they're happy, they hiss when they're hungry, they hiss whenever the fuck they want to hiss. So Julio, you know this. Michael, you do not know this.
Oh, no,
and basically the cat's curious about
skibbity paps, yeah.
And the cat gave you one of the fucking largest skibbity paps of your life. You don't take any damage because it's a fucking cat.
It's a cat, yeah.
But he's smacked the shit of you.
Right, I put my hand out so I could sniff it.
It does begin sniffing your hands. Julio, do you want to educate the class on what's going on?
I will definitely share what information I got. I will also pet the cat enthusiastically.
Fucking Seth leans back in the chair and goes, "Oh, you guys woke up Chonky." And he fucking leans back and he fucking starts petting Chonky over the driver's seat, and the car jerks a little bit as he's driving to the airport, to the hotel.
Chonky indeed. Appropriate.
Yeah.
And he like reaches around and gives Chonky a pet, and like Chonky actually like begins purring and also hisses while happy, and kind of like if the cat sat in your lap, it would take up your whole fucking lap. Like it is a massive cat. It's the type of cat that can like lean up on its hind legs and put its hands on the kitchen counter and eat off of it. So it kind of like just fucking goes back underneath the
I was
space.
gonna say I tap on my lap if it wants to come up.
Nah, it's too small for it. Like, it would be uncomfortable. It just goes in the space between the driver and passenger side and kind of just lays
I'm
down.
like, yeah, it's chonky, all right. It's chonky with 2 C's.
Boy, chonk.
If it's between the passenger and the driver's side, I pet it. It's just like, nice cat, and continue with whatever we're doing.
You hear fucking in the back like a, and then fucking Quentin finally dies laughing. He's like, I've been waiting for that fucking thing to pop up the entire ride. Also, update: I lost him in the car park. I'm monitoring the car park between checking to see if anyone's following us, but at the moment I've got nothing. And I am able to outsource the lookup of facial recognition to stars, so they're running that for me currently.
It's like, just so you guys know, I tend to like animals more than people because animals don't usually try to shoot at me. So.
And fucking Seth's like, and Chonky's a good boy, ain't ya? And he like fucking continues petting him. And you guys pull up to the Ramada hotel. Fucking Seth says go on in, and Quentin will assist you folks with check-in because he speaks Chinese. And go do your thing and the whatnot.
Yeah. I technically speak Chinese now that I have the vocalizer thing.
Yeah. He says, by the way, it shouldn't matter for the purposes of the train. But typically the way these technologies work is you hear, it goes up, AI decrypts, it sends it back down. When you guys go to the mountain, you guys are under the mountain for 8 minutes in the tunnel. Do not expect your translation software to work Expect most anything that's going to require outside communications technology to completely quit on you. Which is the reason why we're using is the moment we delete the shit off this person's hard drive.
So what you're saying is we're on our own once we enter the tunnel.
Yeah, it's harder. I mean, you guys will still be able to talk to each other because luckily that signal goes from one person to the other.
Yeah, we're all in the tunnel. We're all under the mountain together. But
Quentin will be out of reach for you folks. And again, fucking Seth is just not short, but he's like 5'9". He's like slightly below. Well, actually, what is it? 5'8" is male height. In China, he's a giant. All of you are.
5'9" is the average height for an American male.
He's 5'9", dark skinned because he's Samoan, or darker skinned, not like dark. And extremely brolic. He's wearing a t-shirt and jeans because he's already checked in. And I forgot, he has like a fucking massive watch that looks like some futuristic looking watch, like kind of like that but bigger. It has like weird fucking buttons on it and shit that he's always worn. And he basically fucking picks up Chonky and goes to park the car.
All right, sounds good.
Word.
At the end of this mission, if we're all friends, I'll pay for everybody to go first class back home.
That's probably like fucking $8,000 per ticket, by the way.
If we're not friends, you're gonna go up and like go to your upgraded seat and see me sitting there. I'm like, hi, I'm Alex, go away. I like stealthed up and stole your seat.
I wouldn't want to miss the Chinese air marshals. Just saying.
I have a built-in parachute in my seat. In my uniform, I just leave.
Adios.
You do have actually, you are instructed if you have to use this. So you guys get settled in. Quentin checks you in. We'll fucking hand wave the check-in process because it's annoying. You guys go up to the top floor. A penthouse has been secured for your operations.
Nice.
That has 3 bedrooms, of which Seth and Quentin have already claimed 2. And then you also have basically the entire top floor. There are 2 suites also on that floor that can be used for the remainders of your party. So there's 3 empty beds, one of which is the penthouse, 2 are in suites, all on the top floor. But strangely enough, it looks like Eclipse opened up the wallet for you guys. Just make sure you get a private space in the Ramada Hotel to get your planning on. Quentin actually shows you the suit. He's like, you follow me. Here's your suit. It's a fucking metal suit. Looks like something out of fucking Metal Gear Solid. And you realize that there's like additional supporting mechanical structures that are like a dark green that run along the suit. that are basically servers that can assist you with your basic movements. He's like, this thing will not make you stronger than you actually are. What it will do is it will support your current strength and ensure that you retain it. The suit doesn't enhance strength or speed. If we do things like that, we need safeguards to make sure it doesn't snap you if you try to move too fast for what your actual body can handle. But it'll make sure that you can move essentially to what your own physiological characteristics allow.
So I can pull myself up and then lock the joint so I don't have to sit there and physically hold my own weight or something.
You can also do
It's
that.
like a compound bow.
Yeah.
The suit isn't comfortable, and just like a suit of armor, fatigue sets in from resting too long in it.
Yeah.
So it's nothing that we'd want to lock. We wouldn't lock an agent this thing for 3 days and have him wait for a mission. You would end up bleeding profusely from just constant pressure, friction, and it's not gentle.
So I've one worse.
The front of the suit, the chest here, this is what's going to be projecting your field. So preferably you want to keep your chest pointed the direction in which you're going. It can be rotated. It's basically like a light bulb that kind of pivots and swivels around. And there are light magnifiers on the shoulders in case you do have to put your shoulder to it. They will continue the projection, albeit slightly weaker, again, 1.5 feet away from your main torso.
Gotcha.
Why are we choosing this suit as opposed to something that we might be able to pull out? It is thin. It's capable of stealth. You're not going through any metal detectors because it would definitely fail that. But it's going to allow you your natural free movements and allow you to look like an ordinary passenger boarding a train. We don't have to put you in a fat suit.
That's good.
And so it's something where you can quickly take your clothes off, throw this thing on, and you're good to go.
All right.
He gives you a quick rundown of everything basically having to do with the suit. Here's how you lock in place. Here's where the suit's power source is. He's like, I'm doing 1 million checks, so it's going to be in tip-top shape. But here are the things that you need to know when you need to know them. Just the operations of the suit.
Gotcha.
Fucking Seth comes upstairs. He's got Chonky over his shoulders. Like, basically has one arm around his torso, and like Chonky's fucking laid out across the back of him.
So are we doing this breaking and entering, or are you guys thinking of another plan?
Oh, you got the overalls? I mean, I can sneak up no matter what. Whether it's from the front or the back, it's irrelevant to me, really. Sneaking from the back sounds like it's easier for me. That would be less security, but it will leave Waylon by himself. So as long as Waylon's fine talking his way past the one security guard to get into the computer room or whatever.
I most certainly ain't, but it's I'm gonna try.
I mean,
Seth,
not that you're particularly talkative either.
Seth says, what we need you folks to do, or what you folks will need to do is, Waylon, you have to go from the rear passenger car into the main crew cabin, and then past that into the machine room, swiping your key card and getting in. That's the easiest bet for you. If you have to do it without being seen, and actually stealth your way through, that's one matter. If you're going to just walk past, that's a different matter. That's probably easiest. We just need the uniform for you. And Quentin goes, and if you can get me a sample ID card, that makes my life easier in terms of fabricating it. And then Seth says, for you, Michael, if you can get into that rear area, you can easily just be swiped into the engine room, and then you have free access to, go underneath the train and what you have to do there. If you're not going to do that, then you're going to have to go in between any one of the passenger cars and dive out, which, again, you're going to want to make sure that you're secure, not seen, and that you don't trip any alarms doing so.
Makes sense.
So these are really the criteria that we need. Also, we have to buy you folks tickets. So if you guys are going on as passengers, which I assume you are, we need 2 coach tickets and 1 ticket for the elevated car, essentially elite. And then, at some point, Alex, we're going to want you to make contact with Felix saying, hey, we're going to do this. We're going to do this at this point in time. That's pretty easy.
Right. Sounds good to me. I'm ready.
So it's a matter of stealth versus uniforms, and how many uniforms do we need?
I mean, I'm fine doing just a straight stealth route.
Right, but we also need to determine if we're getting one uniform, we can always get two. That seems relatively easy. But it's a matter of what Waylon's going to be doing, and the best means for him achieving that.
I'll leave it to Waylon, and if you want me to go with you, I'll go with you. If not, then I'll do the stealth thing.
Waylon?
Sorry, what?
That was a question for you. Do you prefer to stealth into the rear car and basically like sneak, 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 which means going past probably one attendant and one security guard, and then swiping your card and getting into the rear machine room? Or do you prefer to have a service technician's uniform and a key card, or like an identification badge?
I'm certainly a lot better at sneaking than I am at talking in general. So I think I'd rather sneak in.
That works.
In which case, we want to thoughtfully think through what we're going to do about the two people that you have to get past. The security guard is stationary. The attendants will be mobile. From any point in the train, you could probably hack into basic functions of the train. For anything advanced, you have to be in that machine room.
I can probably put something together for the guard. The attendants, I'm not too sure, but I can probably avoid them.
Okay. Fucking Seth looks over at Quentin and goes, "Looks like we're winging it, Doc." And Quentin just fucking puts his hand over his head like, "Fair enough." In which case, my job is simple. At around the 2-hour mark, I'm going to divert the train, which will be, that's an external process. It doesn't require internal processes, just in case the train's, has a bad Wi-Fi connection or whatever. We're going to facilitate the rock slide. Those explosives were put in place by a few rented operatives not too long ago. I'm going to give the overall command from centrally processing to the train itself to divert. It will slow down and divert. About 15 minutes after that, it's go time for you folks. I will secure you 2 ordinary passenger tickets. Michael, which car do you want to be on? You essentially have the choices of not engine, not machine room, but essentially 4 after cars thereafter. You want to be towards the front or towards the back? Towards the front means less crawling. Towards the back means you have oversight potentially on Waylon. By the way, you guys can walk freely, so if you ever need to, say, have Alex walk into the rear car and throw a temper tantrum about his coffee being cold as a distraction, you're not removed from the op in that sense, Psynock.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay available. I'm gonna be. I mean, if my ticket's for the elite car and the elite car is close to the machine car.
Elite cars, so it's engine, machine, 4 passengers, elite, and luxury is also the conductor car. So you're
the engine's on the back of the train.
The engine's on the back of the train.
That's been my confusion the entire time. All right.
Ed?
In that case, what I will do is I will sit towards the back of the train until it's time to meet. Just in case anybody needs any assistance.
Okay. In which case, it's not a problem, but it sounds like I'm buying you 2 tickets. Quentin says. I'm buying you a ticket for your elite car, and I'm buying you a ticket for main passenger. I'm not going to get the main passenger car in your name. I'm just going to basically have there be a ticket that goes unused for the train. And there might be several people that bought a ticket and couldn't make it, and it just hasn't been filled, so that's fine.
Excellent. I will take a book.
Perfect. In which case, if we're going to have Alex in the back of the train for the purposes of setup, I assume that, Michael, you want to be same car as well?
Yeah, might as well.
All right, so I'm booking everyone in a car that I'll call main car 4, which is the rear main passenger car, and I have 1 seat in the elite class for Alex, with Felix, our target, being stationed in the luxury class.
Excellent. It sounds like a plan.
Perfect. Is there any last-minute gears, gadget, gizmos, or hacking you need me to do before we send you folks on your wonderful way?
You know how I have the sleep darts in my wristwatch, and
Yes.
I've used a chemical mixture to send someone to the bathroom last mission.
Yes.
Is there any way we can adjust the sleep darts to poop darts, so to speak, and make it like a quicker, faster action? Like, the second they hit, they're like, "Shit, I gotta go right now."
Hyper laxatives.
Yeah, like, because if we can give Waylon a watch with those darts, if he has to talk his way through, or if he's gonna get stuck, he can fire them off, and the person that he's got to get past is gonna be like, "I gotta go to the bathroom right this second," and he's not even gonna pay attention to Waylon anymore.
Quentin leans back. How do I create a topical dart that will make someone have to take a shit? Usually we need these things ingested. He's like, I have to think about it.
Good. I mean, I figure something that you can inject into their bloodstream might.
Then they'll feel the prick.
Can you get me a couple of cell phones, duct tape, some copper wire, about a box of staples, and paper clips?
Quentin just turns like space is like, why?
Just, in case.
Just periphery things you want with you for the mission?
Yeah.
It's better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them.
Yes, I can get you that.
We pull over to Staples.
So I'm like,
We pull over to Office Depot.
I'm
Chinese
just
staples.
listening to everybody. I'm listening to everybody. Alex is a different kind of operative. And he's like, I believe that all my standard gear was already requested. Low profile ballistic armor, my cane, my HUD glasses.
Well, I mean that's technically with you because you just came from Germany.
Right, so I'm just like, credit card.
Fucking Seth's like, oh, you want me to operationally approve a budget for the richest person on the fucking team?
In case I get hungry.
You can submit a reimbursement request.
Acceptable.
One doesn't get rich by giving money away, right?
It's true, but he's also paid, right? So it's like, shut the fuck up.
Alex is just like, I mean, perhaps Americans are used to asking for things. Papa sends me on mission, he gives me paperclip and pistol and says, go and overthrow government.
Fucking
And at that point, you'll wish they had duct tape.
Yeah.
Quentin's just thinking like, how do I do diarrhea darts? Like, we can do the bloodstream, but the bloodstream's slow acting, which is the reason why medicines are not given intravenously for fucking the need of diarrhea. It's usually ingestion that we want, and even then it takes the fucking process of a person's stomach, their physiological body ratio, the contents of their guts, in terms of how this is like fucking dissolved and moved. He's like, in his brain, it's going super quick because he's a genius. Like, the best thing I got is fucking nanomachines. But can I create diarrhea nanomachines, given the resources at hand, in a fucking foreign country without my usual shit, which is a full lab? And he's just like, but he's working on it.
I like that he's like, this is a good problem. I'm not sure I can solve it, but it's fun to think about.
Like unlike the last game where you folks had the full resources of stars and like a full 2-story laboratory on site, he's like, what can I put together with my basic equipment in a bathroom? Is what he's going through right now.
Fair.
But he's trying, and he'll probably come up with something. It's just going to be, the moment of. Or he's also thinking reasonable alternatives, right? Like vomiting, a little bit easier, opposite direction. Nausea is something. He goes, I've got it! Nausea darts!
That works.
See, nausea is created by the back, essentially the brainstem. There's a filtration mechanism for the blood-brain barrier. When disrupted, or when a a poison's detected, it creates a physiological response of nausea. So all I need to do is simulate drunkenness. It doesn't have to be feces, right? Like vomit's good enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fantastic.
Anything to remove an obstacle out of his way without any permanent damage to the person in question.
Love it. So are we good? Is there anything else?
No, I can't think of anything.
Excellent. Seth being actual team leader, he's like, Psynox, is there anything that you require?
No, I'm fairly easygoing.
Jackrabbit, anything that you require?
I mean, other than what I said, I'm good.
11, is there anything that you require?
I don't believe so. Unless you could have some sort of like, I don't know how to pronounce it, those piton things when you're climbing. Like some sort of magnetic versions of those where I can latch onto the train, like get my body arrest periodically.
Oh, fucking, I mean, he already showed you how to use that. You basically fucking put your hand on and do like a clockwise twist, which activates the magnet. You probably also have a button that you can press for the magnet. The button you'd have to keep physical pressure on. The twist is something you can just rest on. So, I mean, you have magnetic fucking clamps
Gotcha.
that the suit will hold yourself in place. The issue is that, and the suit can also lock.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that
It's not
the
super
suit.
comfortable.
So I hit 90 on my motorcycle. Actually, I did hit 100 on my motorcycle. The fucking wind and vibration and noise
Yeah.
is just exhausting. So you're going to be vibrating. There's going to be noise. You're going to be shaking. Every moment you're out there is going to be wear and tear, even if you're locked in place. Like you won't physically be, and it should feel like you're crawling, like just ordinarily bear crawling on the floor. So it's not. It's just a matter of. It's just going to be a fucking awful experience.
I'm not gonna say the exact number because I like my job, but I've hit relatively high speeds in a bus before.
It's different when there's no.
No, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
So that's so if we're good, which it seems like we are, I'll say we ordinarily take like a 30-minute break to like get food, take a poo, do those types of things. I think now's the time, and then when we resume, we will be literally go for mission.
Cool.
Which will put us back at around 3:23, an hour and a half for mission. And if we go a little long, which we might or may not, totally fine.
Okay. So I will go ahead and I will put up the intermission. You said you want us back at 3:30?
Yeah, we typically unless you guys want 20 minutes, but like yeah, we typically take a half hour.
Oh, I'm gonna definitely use some of my time. Pretending like I hit by one of those darts. So.
Grow up.
No, the other ones.
Got it.
All right. So we'll be back at 3:30. See you guys then.
All right. Back in a bit.
3:23. That's 30.
2, 1.
Welcome back, everybody. This is 3B Radio, and you're catching us returning from intermission from Mutants and Masterminds Nightfall. We're picking up. We're picking up directly after mission planning, and we are now going to go ahead and conduct our insane but fun train heist data swap thingy-majig.
Thingy-majig.
Let's say, for the sake of why not, the train's going to leave at 10 o'clock, which means it's due to get in at around 4.5 hours. That makes it 2:30, with the anticipated altered timeline around 3:30.
Okay. This is like a reasonable spy mission happening in the middle of the day.
Yeah. Plain sight type nonsense. What time do you guys wake up? What time do you guys get to the train station? Tell me the things.
So, barring anybody wanting something different, Alexander's going to wake up early and go to like a cafe at the train station and read like his newspaper and drink his coffee, have a croissant, or
Blend
whatever.
in, not look like a spy.
That works. What is the weather typically like right now? Like, is it cold, hot, like the winter, summer?
We had determined that it was March at a similar latitude, longitude, similar distance from the equator is New York, so it's probably
Chilly.
cold but not frigid awful. It feels kind of like a spring, a mixture between winter and spring kind of day. Like you're like right between, I should wear a jacket, but I'm not miserable.
Gotcha. So 11 will be wearing over his stealth suit or sneaking suit or climbing suit, whatever you want to call it. He'll be wearing a hoodie, which he has up. A baseball cap of nondescript, whatever feature, no teams or anything, just a normal hat. A scarf that covers the bottom part of his face. Since they've been being tailed, he doesn't want to give away too much of his face for people to recognize who he is. And slightly baggy jeans, since they have to hide the suit underneath, and just regular shoes. And he will also get up, leave, separately from Alex, mind you, and be in the general vicinity with a cup of coffee, like a donut or something, just chilling, waiting for the train to show up.
Alex, what time do you leave?
You said the train leaves at 10?
Correct.
So I want to be at the station at 9.
Okay.
So whatever is appropriate leaving time from there.
Michael, same.
And I totally call a private car. Like, they're not paying for it, but private car, whatever. Like I said, make sure that I am fulfilling my role.
Yep. Michael, what time do you leave? Or what time do you arrive?
Is it within walking distance of the place?
Give me a sec. Can answer that. No, it's not a long car ride either, but it's like you guys stayed there. Your hotel's closer to the airport than it is to the train station.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's actually like a 33-minute car ride.
Gotcha.
So I really only care about what time I want to arrive, not what time you leave.
Yeah, so he'll basically call a Chinese version of an Uber and arrive about what?
They said they have Uber. It's called Uber.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I know nothing about China.
Uber is international.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll call an Uber and he'll arrive at about 8:15.
Cool. Before you go, like you're like ready out. So if you want to be there at 8:15, you're ready to walk out at 7, 45, whatever the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Quentin's like around 8 o'clock, or like maybe like no, sorry, around like 7:15. He's like, "Hey, Michael, come here."
Sup, Quentin?
He's like, because you're you're not even ready to like leave. You're like about a half an hour. He's like, it's like actually just it doesn't matter much, but who took the additional bedroom in the penthouse and who were in suites?
I just took whatever was left over. So,
Alex, you have the option of being in the penthouse where there's 3 different bedrooms, or you want your own private room, which would be a suite.
Alex probably took the penthouse, even though it's sharing bedrooms. He prefers the view.
Got it. In which case, you were in a suite. So literally, fucking Quentin knocks on your door like a half an hour before you would have left.
All right. You're gonna open the door.
He what you want to call it? He has like a machine in his hands, like sit down.
All right. Let's sit down.
He does some typing. He does some scanning of your face, and he gives you like 2 simple prosthetics to change your face makeup, to throw out facial recognition, like basically cheekbones and something for your not your forehead, but like your eyebrow ridge. Just enough to sort of fuck up facial recognition technology.
Gotcha.
He's like, it's not going to fool it's not going to fool a well-experienced agent, but if there's any kind of satellite or flagging of anything, we don't want you setting it off. For some reason, someone decided to follow you at the airport. It could be Lakasis, it could be anyone else, I don't know, but regardless,
Fair.
we want you to try and be a little harder to detect.
That works.
Since this is, a game, your suit doesn't have a helmet because you got to look cool with the wind blowing in your face. Like you have like some goggles. Just
a half ski mask type thing.
No, like you literally have some goggles and your face is exposed because it's a game and why not?
Okay.
All right, so yeah,
you remember the whole contingency plan. If shit goes completely tits up, I'm putting on my fucking mannequin mask and pretending like Lakasis is trying to disrupt the fucking transmission. Because then they'll get blamed and not fucking Eclipse or Stars.
Be careful with that because you don't know if you don't know to what degree Lakasis is involved in certain things, and they might easily know that that's a fucking ploy or your status, depending on who's on the other side of this mission. So he's like, just a little careful with that. He's like, also, if you're going to parachute off the train, which I hope you don't, make sure that you are facing the direction the train is going, so the wind opens your parachute.
Oh yeah, of course.
Or you are extremely high up. Because the parachute's going to come out in a burst.
I've base jumped before, and I've jumped off.
Have you ever jumped off the floor and opened a parachute?
The floor, no.
Right. So that's part of what we're saying here. Is if you need to get off this train, you could jump and hit the floor and instantly die because you're going 350 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So if you're jumping off this train at 30 feet or 3,000 feet, you're going to deploy your parachute. And the reason you're going to do that is just to make sure that you slow down when you touch ground.
Yeah, and the wind
so if
obviously.
You're going to jump off something high, and any direction you got to go. If not, you need to make sure your parachute blows out in the same direction of in the opposite direction of wind resistance. Otherwise, it's not going to catch.
I know. I appreciate the words of wisdom, though.
He taps you on the shoulder and says, "Be gone with you."
You're in my room.
Well, yeah, but you're about to head out of the door, right? Like by the time you put your makeup on, shit, it's probably enough time.
I'm still gonna go take a piss though. So.
Oh, in which case, good luck. And he leaves.
Fair.
Jack Rabbit, Waylon Lee. What time do you leave, and what time do you want to get there?
So carefully calculated, Waylon will be there almost late with a McDonald's McCafe in his hand and a half-chewed one of those the sausage McMuffins on his mouth, running around, dropping papers everywhere. Hold the train, like almost didn't make it, but it's all carefully calculated. He meant to look like a complete disaster.
Got it. You get there at 8:15. What are you doing for an hour and 45 minutes, bro?
I would just sit around with my scarf up, listening to my iPod or something, but really just surveilling the area, making sure I'm not seen by anyone or no one's trailing me. Like I wouldn't actually have any music on, but I would pretend like I was listening to stuff. And I would just be like sub-vocalizing, stuff to the bass or trying to figure out if anyone was on to what we're doing. And there's anyone lingering around the area watching me or Shit like that. Basically counter surveillance.
Yep, that works. Synok, what are you up to?
Like I said, eating breakfast, very relaxed. Reading the morning paper. I read both the Chinese and the Russian papers. You can't trust American media, so I avoid those.
It's all fake news.
Cool. So you're sitting around, you're hanging out, you're doing your thing, and actually, Michael, you're sitting around. I guess you're on a bench. You said you're on a bench, and it's maybe around 9:40. So you're boarding in 20 minutes, and you see that there is a gentleman of about 6 foot height, decently built, wearing different clothes from yesterday, and his sandy hair has been dyed red. But you recognize the motherfucker that tailed you yesterday. He's holding a newspaper rolled up, just kind of like tapping against his hand, and also is waiting for the train, but has not noticed you. He's like literally leaning on a column, getting ready to board the train in 20 minutes. And like this is a bullet train. There's 6 passenger cars. There's a lot of people 20 minutes towards where the train will leave, where they begin aggregating closer to the tracks. So, but you see the fucker, and he's at the same train, and he is, preparing to board.
I turn ever so slightly away from him, just to get more of the hood. They can't see my face properly. And I still vocalize again. I'm like, attention team, to my immediate left, about 30 yards, red hair, 6'2", 200 pounds or so. Same man as yesterday. It's different color hair. He's up against the post with the newspaper. It doesn't seem like he's noticed me. I could theoretically walk past him, hit him with a trank dart, and by the time he falls asleep, I'd be in the wind again. But I don't want to put this mission in any more jeopardy than it could already possibly be in, so please advise.
Seth, do you have any way you'd like us to handle this?
If you're not noticed, and we have no reason to believe that our cover is blown, the mission proceeds as is normal. All going well, your face being hidden such as it is, and you soon to be on the outside of this train or just sleeping in a car. Izzy, your background left, and Twitch went bonkers again. There's no reason to believe that this person can disrupt our mission without a further derailment, no pun intended. So we proceed as is normal.
Skype is going complete apeshit on my side.
Yeah, for sure.
Hells yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but I think I fixed it.
I think it's about to be fixed. And then it had another seizure. Well, actually, the Twitch stream keeps removing your background, but in terms of everything else, it's still functioning.
Keep going. My camera's just having issues. I will work it through.
Okay. So yeah, he's like, mission is still on. Be on the lookout for him corresponding with anyone. If he seems like he's sub-vocalizing to his own organization or wider group of members, be on the lookout. But as far as I'm concerned, things are no different. Everything we have plans on this train should be in a method that continues our stealth protocol.
Roger that.
He does say, Alex, it is just about time for you to make contact with Felix and reassure him of the rendezvous point, which is at roughly noon. Noon 15 to be exact.
Okay. I reach out. Phone call. Like hands-free phone call.
Yep.
start a phone call. Anyway, start a phone call. Anyway, hey.
Alright, hold on a second. I don't know what
Sure.
that was about.
Is your power being funky?
No, the rain even fucking stopped. This is literally just Skype being Skype, man. Okay, it just wanted me to turn it off and turn it on again.
Okay. Yeah, that's we know is the classic IT fix. So is what it is. Cool, dude. So yeah, they're third
I call
calling
Felix.
Felix. And you hear a gentleman go, "Hello, this is Felix."
Felix. Alexander.
Ah, yes. How has your trip been to China thus far?
The commercial airlines are the best way to travel cross-continent.
He laughs, because I've often found it to be the case myself.
I'm confirming we will be meeting in the car around halfway through the trip.
Yes, I believe you'll be coming to my car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sounds about right. I will see you then. If anything changes, just give me a call.
Excellent. Always a pleasure doing business with professionals.
Likewise.
And that's the end of that.
Yep. That went about exactly as expected. Did you catch the Yankees game? The fucking what? That would have...
I don't fucking want to talk to you. Alex has no interest in actually talking to people. So I'm actually going to board with the elite passengers, but then make my way through the train to the back.
Okay, they look at you like you're weird because you board first, right? And then so you're like everyone just waiting to board the other cars, and even the people who are in like the main passenger, you're like, the fuck's this guy doing getting on first? And you make your way to your secondary seat and you sit down in the last car.
Okay. I'm just like, fuck you, I'm rich.
Yeah. And then like 2 minutes later, they open the doors to the main passenger cars, and both Michael and Waylon can go ahead into their seat. You were both given, actually, Michael, you were given a window seat because you're trying to keep your face hidden. So you will have to ask someone to kind of get the fuck out of your way if you do want to get up and move. Waylon, you were given an aisle seat, so this way you can fucking move as quick as needed. And you can, get to the back of the train whenever you need to. In terms,
If they give me a window seat and they were like, "We're trying to keep your face hidden," I would have been like, "Buy the seat next to me too, so I don't have to deal with anybody when I need to move."
okay, they can do that, and they have done that. What else? You guys get on the train. You're all in the last car, aimed roughly towards the back of the train. You see that the attendants are sort of like letting everybody on and just chatting people up, and they're asking questions. Or they're generally answering questions from local Chinese folks in Chinese. You hear and like the mixture of people on the train is like mixed, right? Like there's obviously a overwhelming number of them are Asian of some manner, which you may or may not be able to recognize. But they're like, there's Californians on, so there's Americans on the train. Like that's an easy means of vacation, travel. Shanghai is a major city, so like there's a mix of folks on the train.
Okay.
And like you're surprised, there's like a few non-Chinese citizen like attendants and things like that as well. You actually hear like a few of the tenants sort of like discussing, well, I'm supposed to cover this car, and like arguing over their shift and shit. Like, well, I've been here all night. And it's like, all right, fine, do what you gotta do. And like in Chinese, but business is running essentially as planned. The train begins to pick up, and you guys are kind of surprised when you move back in your seat, like, holy shit, this thing moves fast. There's like a cursory announcement like, please stay seated at all times unless you're going to or from the restroom or require assistance of an attendant. And if you do require the assistance of an attendant, to press the fucking call button in front of you. But yeah, the train fucking hauls ass. It's like regular train for fancy trains if you haven't been on one. Each seat's kind of individual, like the one that you can't see because of my background behind me goes up to the top of your head. They have like these like stick-on pieces of like cloth, so this way you lean back, you're not touching your head up against the same fucking back of a chair that someone else put their head on when the train pulled into the station, they replaced those. If you look at the bottom of your seat, it actually swivels around 180 degrees and locks in place. When the train's going in one direction, they fucking swap it, and they literally just go back and forth along the same rail.
Pretty cool.
And all that kind of jazz. And yeah, folks are
Yeah.
on the mission and moving.
Oh, I lied. With the hoodie on, you can barely tell, but the hat does in fact have a logo on the top. It's the kanji symbol for 11. Because Lakasis mannequins are assholes, and they always have to display their fucking code
They
name
typically
somehow.
are dicks and base everything by having their number somewhere in their name or visible.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's covered by the hoodie mostly. So unless you were like staring at him, you wouldn't see it. But it's the kanji symbol for 11.
I hate it while simultaneously liking it. It's fine.
First thing I'm gonna do when I'm on the train or when the train gets moving is I'm gonna start like pinging cell phones on the train and like mapping them on through my PDA.
You want to know where people are by their cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically, I'm trying to isolate anyone who is like an employee, you know, like a attendant or security guard, etc.
Cool. And you begin doing that. Give me a roll. I'm assuming you'll be able to do it, but it's also the type of thing you can take a quote-unquote 20 on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I also have that feat that allows me to take 10 whenever.
Yeah. So you take a 10, you get a plus 16 because of your PDA, you're good to go.
Sweet. Yeah, mostly I'm trying to isolate, like I said, the attendants, the security guards, and everything, so I can know where everybody is. You know, and I can send that information to my colleagues.
Cool.
When you get in, I will. Alex will text you or whatever we're doing. When you get in, please try and identify the red-headed guy if he's on the train. I'm also trying to keep an eye out for him.
Quentin actually pops on comm and says, I monitored his entrance onto the train via our hijacked satellite, and it does appear as though he is in the elite car, not the luxury car.
Okay.
From a strategic stance, if I'm looking to monitor this train and keep an eye on anyone, it's a good car to do so because you can sort of monitor people who are going to luxury or through the main passenger cars. It's not the middle of the train, but it's sort of the social middle of the train in a way.
Is the seat next to me purchased?
You did not ask for it to be purchased, so yeah, there's someone sitting there.
Okay.
There's like a little little Asian grandma sitting there knitting.
I 100%. I push my attendant call box. I imagine they have snacks and shit on the train.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they do.
when the attendant comes over, I ask her, as politely as possible, Oba-san.
You assumed it's a her.
Oh, you said grandma.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant you asked the attendant.
No.
Got
Grandma.
it. Good.
Oba-san, would you like anything from the trolley?
She looks at you kind of like, oh, he's talking to me. I don't know why. And she's a little confused, like, I'm not exactly sure why he's talking to me. That's fine. She's like, oh, no, I'm fine. Just gonna go visit my grandson. I don't need anything. Just gonna sit here on this crazy train. This ticket must have cost a lot. I usually go by, and she mentions the bus, which it takes all fucking day.
I wish her a good journey and hope that it's comfortable for her, and then order myself a seltzer water or whatever.
Okay.
About 45 minutes. Well, when is Waylon supposed to make his way into the back?
Before
so you called the attendant. You just ordered a seltzer. That was all.
Yeah, I am making my presence known. I'm making myself memorable.
Right.
But a positive impression, both to the attendant and to the lady.
Cool. Sorry, who else is about to say something?
Well, I had asked Waylon when he's planning on moving back.
I was gonna say I definitely need to do it at least an hour before I make the switch. just so that I can, have everything ready.
Okay. So
So
about an hour into the ride.
yeah.
Okay. In that case, I just chill for an hour. Like I'm not.
Yeah, I figured. Quentin comes on with a time check, like just so you folks know, it's roughly 11. At around 11:30, I'm causing the rock slide, and then triggering the switch of tracks. That's not important for you folks to know. That's just going to happen seamlessly behind the scenes. Um, you know, During these points in time, if we're going to have the meeting happens around noon 15, we're going to want our good friend 11 to start getting towards place so he can trigger the system to delete the hard drive when appropriate. When you make the drop, we essentially have a 10 to 12 minute timeline because you're going to make the drop. We're going to go into the mountain. He's not going to do the download.
Mm-hmm.
And then to get the device in place and activate it. So this way, when we come outside of the train, he doesn't have the file. And if he does, at least it's deleted. Is good.
So,
Is where you want to be.
timeline wise, should I be on the train before we enter the tunnel?
Yes, you should be on the train at least 15 minutes before we enter the tunnel, so you can be at the place with a few minutes in advance just to make sure you can delete it before we come out the other side of the tunnel.
Essentially, if he's saying it's 11:30 now, Waylon needs to start moving now, and you need to start moving over slowly because he's already said it's a 20-minute crawl for you from one end to the other.
Yep.
It's not. Essentially, it's time to start getting in position.
Yeah. I'm ready to head out as soon as the sensors are down.
All right. So when the time comes, I'm going to stand up and start making my way back to the engine.
Yeah, so you're in main passenger 4, so you're basically walking towards the crew quarters right now, and the attendant sort of is like, gonna roll a D2. If it's a 1, they're at the front. If it's a 2, they're in your way. They're in your way. So the attendant notices you get up, but like they'll let you walk past them because there's bathrooms in the rear of the car. That's fine. But the attendant notes that you've gotten up and moved, and then if you walk towards the crew quarters, you're gonna want to not be seen by the attendants, and there is a guard in the crew quarters that'll be like, "You've gone too far."
Basically, I'm gonna duck into the bathroom, wait until the attendant walks away by the cell phone ping, then get out and go into the crew quarters, and try to sneak through, if that's at all possible, to avoid the guard.
Sure.
When I see him start moving, I press to call the attendant in our cart so that the attendant is distracted.
Okay. The attendant walks over, and you realize that, like, at some point in time after the preceding hour, like, the attendant either swapped cars or moved around. Mm-hmm. The attendant that walks over to you is roughly 5'9" of dark earth skin, relatively built. And it takes you a second, but then you realize that you're staring into the face of Seth Humphreys.
Okay. I look at him, I'm
like, there's something different about his face. Like, he's had prosthetics put on, but you're looking into the face of your team leader. He's like, may I assist you, sir?
London Times, please.
He nods. I'll see what we can do.
And at that point, I say, Waylon, the attendant is clear.
All right. Then I'll duck out of the bathroom. I will leave the occupied thing on, though, as I make my way into so that, there's no suspicion of...
Typically, those work is like you slide the door to open it, and it goes to, open. And then when you close it behind you, it goes to occupied. We're in the future, so I'm going to say that it's a digital rather than just like a physical switch mechanism. You hack it without issue, and it's fine. You just click, click, click. It stays occupied after you close it, and you head into the car. So you've seen the schematic. It's a train. It's just an open space. So the moment you walk in, very likely the security guard's going to look up and go, "Hey."
Damn. Okay. Did not think this one through as much as I thought I would. What do I do?
Shoot him with the dart.
Kill
Kill him.
Sick stick. I mean, you could if it's just a security guard. You could fucking drop him. There's no doubt in my mind that you could drop him.
So it was this security guard, and was there another one by the engine?
Front of the train.
Front of the train, not in front of the engine?
Right.
Okay. So I have this guy's cell phones already pinged and everything, right?
Yeah.
So let's say that while I was in the bathroom, one of the extra cell phones that I had, I changed it so that it's actually spoofing his cell phone.
Okay.
And I'm going to, through the other cell phone, trigger a 3-way call between his cell phone and like number 1 on his speed dial list.
Okay, so his phone rings. Okay, so number 1 on his speed dial list is his girlfriend.
Fantastic.
Because he's in an infatuated new relationship and he's in the honeymoon phase.
Fantastic.
So the phone rings. We're going to do another. And he thinks that his girlfriend is calling.
So what I'm trying to do is not have his phone ring, the one in his pocket, but actually, as I walk into the crew quarters, I'm kind of going to like toss aside the other cell phone, the one that I'm spoofing his with, and I'm going to make that one ring with his ringtone.
So he's going to think that that's his phone?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, most phones look like rectangles nowadays, so at a glance, he's going to think it's his phone. But there's a chance when he picks it up, he's going to be like, this isn't my phone.
Well, there's a chance. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
I'm going...
So you just opened the door and threw a phone in?
Kind of like, not really like just straight up like, hey,
like a
You just underhanded.
I'm going to stealthily, kind of like toss it aside on like, I don't know, a seat or something that he has to walk towards it to pick it up or whatever.
Okay. Do you go into the room at this point? Or you just open the door and chuck it?
I'm just gonna like slightly open the door and chuck it off to the side or something, and then wait for him to go and check it, and then I'm going to like speed walk behind him.
There's like a countertop with like a microwave that you can like basically chuck it onto. I'm definitely gonna take a roll for this. I'm just figuring.
Absolutely.
I'm definitely just like looking at like what kind of bullshit stealth. I guess give me a stealth roll. You're actually pretty good at it, I think. So
exactly.
Give me your stealth roll. Roll well. Please roll well.
Please roll well, because this is some hot bullshit.
Oof, that's not the best.
Okay, this is like important.
It's almost a 20, so.
I would say, I mean, shit, man. This is not a time where I would be against using a hero point. We have one. We only have one right now?
You have one.
Well, in that case, fuck that.
Would a spy point work in this situation?
Only if he fails.
He's a spy point?
Yeah, but a spy point is like, oh shit, we need to succeed. I would not.
A spy point is, I need some kind of like, not sci-fi, some kind of spy trope bullshit to get me out of a wild situation.
So I think I should use the hero point, honestly. I don't think that that's going to succeed. So I'm going to go ahead and use it.
Okay. Roll again. And if it's below 10, we add 10 to it.
All right, that's better.
So you roll a 26. So you open the door. You chuck the phone. The phone goes sailing through the air and basically hits the microwave, which keeps it sort of tucked, right? Like it sort of keeps it, so he can't see the phone because the microwave's in the way, but you can see the phone because the microwave's facing, like the side of the microwave's facing you. As you're doing that and closing the door, there's a from the train. Just like a, general resistance, general turbulence on any kind of moving vehicle. Which hides the fact that you just lobbed a fucking phone onto a counter. Simultaneously, he's just kind of out of it, and the phone starts ringing.
Sweet. I'm going to see when he goes up to it to pick it up, And at that moment, I'm going to like kind of nonchalantly speed walk through the crew quarters.
Fly casual.
Just
Fly
straight
casual.
past him.
What's that?
Okay. So give me another stealth roll because that's what's gonna be required here.
Mm-hmm. I think that's good.
You rolled a 19. I can share my screen. I can take a photo of this. He rolled a 20. In this game,
You're
for things
fucking
like
kidding me.
this, a 20 isn't necessarily isn't a natural success. What it is, it's a +5 to your roll. Is the way these things work a lot in Mutants and Masterminds. Which means he's at a 20, which means he's at a 25. And then it's going to take whatever his notice is, right? Which he has a 4.
Oh my god!
And you rolled a 30 total. So you're good. But like you literally like because it's an enclosed space, it's a train. You
Right.
literally like as you're squeezing past, you do like which side do you aim towards him? I'm assuming you want to keep your eyes on him, so you went facing him as you slid past him.
Mm-hmm.
Your crotch like grazed his belt loop.
Oh
You're
my
like,
god!
you're like, oh, this is gross. And you're like, and you fucking keep moving. And he picks up the phone, and he's like, "Hello, hello." Whose fucking phone is this? And he throws it. He basically tosses it back on the counter. He's like, "That's weird." Like he's like, huh? And just fucking tosses it.
Well, I was trying to do a three-way call between him and like the first one on his contact list,
Oh,
so
sure.
that he hopefully have a moment of like, hello, hey, what's up? You called me, like,
So I actually I did another like. If you scroll up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you scroll up, you see that I rolled a 1. So
She
that was
pick up.
so actually, yeah. He goes, huh? Hello, Jenny? Oh no, not Jenny, but like, you don't even speak their fucking language. You don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't know what they're saying.
But he's like, y'all.
Doesn't
He's
his
like,
earpiece translate for him?
No, for the sake of this moving
walk-
on, go.
He's walking away. Yeah, you get like the phantom like, what are you doing calling me? Also, I don't even think this is my phone. I didn't call you. You called me. And you're like, he's like, huh? It's just like general nonsense and confusion. Give me one more stealth roll, and he is distracted to get yourself into this fucking into the machine room.
Come on, baby. Okay, that's pretty good.
Semi-aquatic.
I mean, he rolls another nat 20. Yeah, he's sufficiently distracted where he's like, so you're like, "Fudunk," and it's like, "Fudunk, bing," and the door opens. You walk in, and the door closes.
Oh, jeez.
Where? The fuck did it where at you for?
I had a moment of like, what?
You know when you
Yeah,
gotta
it's
put
just
your debit card in the machine and it doesn't read it right away? That's what happened.
Exactly.
Dude, I don't know what
It just,
is.
you know.
Fuck up debit cards. They never work. Like the stupid chip thing. Like lick it and get it to work again. You
I
can't
think
lick
we
things
all know
anymore
that
'cause
you
it's
and
COVID.
technology just don't get
We
along.
do fucking not. We do fucking
I mean, look at what you're doing right now. Like,
Don't make
you're playing around with the antennas of a Wi-Fi extender.
it's my fidget toy.
You know, he's got a point. He's out of line, but he's right. Seth comes over your headset and goes, Waylon,
Yes.
that was the least smooth shit that I've ever fucking seen.
Hey, man, but it worked, all right?
No, seriously. Never do that again. Good job, but no. Even a fucking broken clock is right twice.
Hey, man, it worked, okay?
Good God.
Look, Waylon is a hacker with a beanbag shooting shotgun. This is not what he's about.
Fucking, do you say that over the headset or no?
No.
Okay. Seth would have been like, I offered you uniforms!
I mean, if anybody had said such a thing, Alex would also be like, yeah, this is why we wanted uniforms.
But he goes, nevertheless, good job. All right, get to work.
No one listens to Russian people.
I mean, can you blame him?
Wow.
Anyway.
I mean, when your military gets beaten back by farmers, we don't really pay attention to you guys anymore.
I mean, let's not talk.
Look, moving
Let's
on.
not talk about that.
And so you get in and you pull out your PDA and your laptop and you hack in. I will take a hacking roll, or you can take your 10 if you so desire. It's completely up to you.
I have been rolling enough for a day. I will take that 10.
Okay. All right. So you do successfully get it. It actually takes you a little bit longer than you would have thought, because it's like massively security encrypted fucking shit for a bullet train, which you could probably fucking blow through a station and kill hundreds and hundreds of people. But you get it. We're going to call that bullshit as having taken roughly 15 minutes, which means that, Michael, you need to start getting your ass in gear.
Yep.
Once Wayland has passed me, and I'm no longer required to be a distraction or assistance, I make my way up to the front.
We do need Michael to get his ass me outside of the train, so if you want to stick around until that's done.
All right, yeah, I mean, I'm not in a hurry. Me and Obasan have become close friends.
So yeah, I get up and make my way towards the cars to go in between. And take a quick look around, make sure no one's overly eyeballing me, and cross between cars.
You begin basically walking towards the end of the car, and like someone puts their hand on your shoulder.
I slowly look like, can I help you?
And this is the first time you realize that Seth is actually on the train. He said, let me go first.
So,
and
hold on, I'm gonna have to interrupt you momentarily. A friend has just walked into my streaming office because we've been playing Ark, and I died like a dozen times earlier trying to tame a hippo. And he messaged me. He's like, "Hey, would a Stegosaurus help?" And so he walked into my office, and he brought me a Stegosaurus.
Oh,
Nice.
So
tell Ari we say hello.
So I will totally tell them that you say hello. But now I've got a Stegosaurus. My desk is absolutely starting to look like Wash's flight dashboard, and it's fucking great. Sorry, carry on.
So Seth essentially steps in front of you. So he's now he's in sort of a main passenger car 3. And he's essentially blocking you so you can get the fuck off the train.
Gotcha.
At this point, Seth says, hey, Wayland, if you haven't disabled the security alert for someone leaving that door open or being outside prolonged, now's the fucking time.
Ding dong, ping, ping, ping.
All right, go ahead and give me a roll. It's a plus 16. I can't imagine that your fate. You could, but you also have to determine at what point is a DC higher than a 26.
Oh, man.
And it may be, or it might not be.
All right. I'll go ahead and roll.
What's your lowest possible roll?
26.
17.
Well, the 10.
Oh, with a 10? 26.
Right, but DCs can be up to 40 in this game for hacking and shit.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly.
This is like superhero bullshit game, so it gets up there.
Mm-hmm. So like my highest would be a 36. My lowest would be a 17.
That's not bad.
All right. Hey, look at that.
Sweet. You're like, oh yeah, I'll get on that. Click, 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 click. The door opens. The door closes. Seth is standing in front of it. Michael, how are you shedding your clothing?
Well, with Seth standing right there, I just fucking take the clothes off, put it in like I take the hoodie, basically tie the hood up with the string to make like a bag, shove everything inside of it, and fucking pull it shut, and just shove it behind him. Like, you deal with that.
You open the door and you just hand him the fucking bag of clothes?
I like open it slightly and like, yeah, just shove it through.
He just fucking grabs it, doesn't say anything.
Yep. And then I magnetize and Spider-Man my way up.
Okay. Give me an athletics roll.
Cool. Had he not been saying that, I was just gonna have it fucking with me, but like fucking tied behind me, like basically if I was was like shooting out of my ass like a fucking spider abdomen. So it'd be between.
It would just went flying off.
Gotcha.
And I'm sorry. Substitute acrobatics for athletics.
Acrobatics. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll let you use acrobatics since it's a
+9.
reasonably similar skill, and you're better at one than the other.
Yeah.
Cool. With the assist by, I mean, like that's a fair roll, and with the assist by the magnets and your suit and the wind thing, you're like fucking. Basically, you're like one of the reasons why he's blocking the doors because you're climbing up the door, right?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of left and right. So magnet, foot on, pull up. There's a moment where you're pulling up, and the shield isn't in front of you because you haven't gotten your chest visible. It's only it's like head, then the shoulders and the chest to form your shield. Where you're like, fucking hell, this is awful. You're just like almost fucking thrown off, but your magnet's only place. You're like, you pull up and you fucking push, and the shield's like, and you're like, oh, thank fucking God.
Gotcha.
It's just like the suit's doing its thing, keeping your strength as is. The shield snapped into place into this thing, but for that one moment of just the wind and the noise was fucking overwhelming, and like you fucking pull yourself up and you're like, holy shit, it's loud. Like the only thing you hear is like fucking just the vibrating, and you know, the fucking wind just like all sorts of shit. Quentin comes over your earpiece and goes, suit is reading as operating at optimal efficiency.
Fair enough. Keep me posted in case that changes. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to go flying off the side unexpectedly.
No. Thankfully, you've got about an hour power in that suit, so you have more than enough time to get. Actually, sorry, you have about an hour and a half of power in that suit. You have an extra hour, essentially, than what you need, and I could probably get you an extra 30 minutes out of shutting down non-essential systems. So you're good. You're good for about hour 45, 2 hours, and then I'm like, you're in trouble.
Gotcha.
So don't worry about the suits. But if anything like a fucking bird strike or anything crazy hits you, then we'll start worrying about efficiency.
Fair. If a bird strike hits me, I don't think I'll be alive anymore at this speed.
Well, the shield will take some of it, but it'll be really, really ugly. Like, I keep your crawling to no more than a foot each time you're moving forward. And again, please keep 3 points of contact on that train at all times.
Good. Yeah, I'm not going to get up and start running.
No, it's just like, it's entirely possible for you to start crawling quickly, and you'll have like a hand and a foot up, and that's just less than safe. That's actually the exact same rule for rock climbing. Always maintain 3 points of contact with the rock at all times. Mm. And you begin crawling. And Seth says he's gotten to the top. Alex, it's your show.
Assumingly, if this was an important thing, the whole 3 points of contact, I would have practiced it in my room at night, just like, not even crawling anywhere, just making sure I always had my hands and feet like touching.
Yeah, it's basically a bear crawl.
Yeah.
So not a hard thing to wrap your mind around. It's like hands at shoulder width, knees and feet at shoulder width. Move forward a foot. When you move your right hand, you then have to move your left foot for counter stability. Mm. Move your left hand to match. Right foot, you always move the opposite foot after your hand. And that's the best way to do it. There's just like the fucking noise. You have like basically Cyclops' visor on. Your ears are protected, but like the fucking noise and the wind, like you're in full Tom Cruise mode right now.
Gotcha.
So I get up, I fold my newspapers, put them in my briefcase. I say thank you to the lady for being a good company, and walk off.
Cool. Quentin says, I would like to report success for both the rock slide and moving the track. You folks are now on the mountain path. Your journey is extended to roughly 3:30, which means that you hear Quentin like a pause while he checks his fucking watch. If we are at about 11:55, given the time's passed, if you make the swap in about 10 minutes, we are on point for the plugging in of the device into the computer at the appropriate time.
Sure. Any word on the guy that was spying?
We've got nothing. He's up in the elite car, and the argument you heard around whose shift and where they're allowed to stand between the attendants on the train included Seth as he attempted to gain access to the elite car.
Gotcha.
Seth rolled shit on his charisma roll to get access to the elite car, by the way.
Interesting.
So I walk into the elite car and try to put eyes on that guy.
You do not see him.
I sub-vocalize that he's not there. And then just walk to my meeting seat because...
Yep.
That's not...
Well, you walk to the elite car, and you've got like 5 minutes till you need to be into the luxury car, so you'd probably just hang out for another 5 minutes. Okay. Like, you want to time this so he gets it, and assumedly the first thing he's going to do is plop it into his fucking laptop for the express purpose of downloading the information.
Right.
So you want to make sure that timing's right, because you've got 8 minutes in the tunnel, and it takes about 10 to 12 minutes to download. And you need for him to be doing the download, roughly speaking, while you're in the tunnel, which is going to excuse the erasure of the information.
All right, sounds good. So I wait and get my timing correct.
Well, while you're waiting, bro, you see, as you're crawling, right? Like you're on main fucking passenger car 4. You crawl to main passenger car 3, which means you actually fucking bridged over the place where people can walk between cars. You get to main passenger car 2. You're basically at main passenger car 1. You're about to crawl into the elite car when you see a hand come over the fucking side between the next bridge. And you see someone do a fucking a muscle up, and there is an individual wearing a different but relatively similar suit. This suit's rust copper. It does go over their head because they're not a hero, but you are now up here with someone else.
Fine. Attention team, I have a Tango, enemy, bogey, whatever, on the train with me. Roughly the same concept of what I'm doing.
Kill him.
I mean, the second I saw a hand come up, I probably would have started aiming a fucking handgun at the head that popped up, right? Like, so I see this. I'm like, well, someone's got to die.
Trank gun.
I mean, I have my wrist dart, so I would have like slid my hand without moving it like the 3 points to fucking aim. And the second he popped up, I would have seen the helmet. Like, well, trank darts aren't gonna do nothing. I would have lasered him in the face. Because none of us are supposed to be up here. Seth's not stupid enough to be up here. So I have to assume it's a rogue agent or enemy. So they've got laser to the face.
So you're using your watch laser?
That's the only way I could keep all the points of contact on the train.
Yes, but your watch laser is only good for like a foot because that's made to fucking cut locks.
How far away is he?
He's probably about 20 feet away. That's... Like, if you guys are gonna fight, you're probably gonna do the really awkward crawl towards each other. Like,
can I, pull a gun and fire it with fucking the way I'm laying?
You could pull a gun. You could fire. So long as you keep your points of contact, you should be fine from that perspective.
Because just drawing with one hand and then...
Here. You're here.
Yeah.
This is your point of contact that you're shooting.
However, you have one concern. The train is creating roughly 115 decibels of noise, and firearms tend to be up above that.
Oh, anything I have would be silenced. Fucking... what the hell is it called? There's a handgun that I fucking has an internal silencer.
22
Not
hush
that one.
puppies.
It's like something with an M, I believe. Like something sec. Fucking. I don't know if I see it. There we go. The Maxim 9 is what I would is the handgun that I would have if I could fucking have a silenced handgun. And I mean, fucking 11 would definitely have something along those lines, if not a more futuristic version.
So I'm looking at your equipment. So you have a sword, a mask, and your suit. So I mean, I assume sure you have a handgun, but if you had a specialty handgun and asked for it before the mission, I'd give you that one. A handgun with a silencer, I'm good with. So I'd say you're probably good.
Yeah.
Do you have the silencer affixed?
Well, if it's the Maxim 9 handgun, it's internal. It's always.
I'm not saying that. I don't think you have that handgun.
Oh.
I think you're going to have a handgun and a silencer. But
well, then yeah, I would have the silencer affixed, like at all times.
I think that's a little awkward on the edge of your suit. I think I'm going to make you attach your silencer while he crawls towards you.
All right.
Because it's awkward, right? Like you don't. Is it holstered, silenced, like on the fucking metal thing? No, like you're going to fucking open a compartment. You're going to attach your.
You know
silencer.
what? I draw the gun and I aim it at him and I go, Waylon, fucking honk the horn as loud as you can on this bitch.
Can I do that from here?
Give me a computer roll.
All right.
You know what? That's actually a good idea.
I sub-vocalize it. So I sub-vocalize it, one, so that this dude won't know it's coming, so hopefully the blast with the horn will fucking make him like jump, kind of. And two, it'll give me a cover to fucking fire.
Oh, that works. I mean, I don't know if it works, but I like it.
The horn goes off. And people are like, the fuck? And now there's a lot of noise reduction. Like there's measures to be on. So but everyone on the fucking train hears it because it's loud as fuck. Make your attack roll.
Cool.
I will say this guy's laser focused on you. He doesn't seem phased by the horn at all.
He probably also has noise.
Either he has better noise reduction than you, because he's a villain, so he gets to wear a helmet, or some other shit.
My BAB is a 6, right? Like if I'm reading that right.
Your what? I'm sorry.
My attack bonus, it's a 6. If I'm reading that right.
Let me pull up your shit. Yes, it's a 6.
I don't know if I get an aim fucking like choice, because as soon as I see a hand come up, I would draw and just start aiming for the head when it comes over the fucking threshold. So since I'm not moving, can I take an aim as a half action and a fire as a half action?
You could take an aim as an action, and then you can take your shot as the next action.
Okay.
But the horn went off. So, like, unless this man's laying on the horn for 12 seconds, and you're just going to sit there.
Well, I would have aimed first and then said lay on the horn then.
But you didn't.
Oh, all right. Whatever, I shoot.
So, all right, you fire.
I time it so the head pops up when the bullet should be meeting it, if I can. And I don't really want to give him much of a chance to dodge, but if he does, he does.
Give me 1 second, because I have to fucking pull up his data.
Oh.
You shoot, since the man's on all fours, you hit him in the shoulder.
Mm.
See, he winces and his hand actually pops off. But he puts his hand back down and he continues crawling towards you.
Fair.
Actually, since it's his turn, you see that he puts his hand down, he puts his other hand down, and he actually lets the wind of the train take his lower body. So his legs are now facing towards you.
You notice that 3 points of contact.
Nope. It's a little acrobatics move. And he has a shield that's aimed from behind, right? That he's using for the wind.
Mm.
But he's now aiming the shield towards you.
To stop the bullets from hitting him.
And he's aimed his gun essentially between his legs. And he's preparing to fire, but he's done enough acrobatics move type shit where he doesn't get to fire this round. So you can take another shot or do something else. But it's your turn.
Yeah. Problem is, I need to. If I shoot again, they're gonna hear the fucking thing.
Right.
I'm like, well, talking is free, right? I'm like, Quentin, can you magnetize the elbows of the suit instead of the hands?
It's like, no, there's specific devices on the Izzy. We lost your Well, your camera flickered, but actually looks like you're good, but your background's missing. It's doing the thing again.
Thank you.
No, he's like, there's specific devices on the hands that are where the electromagnets are placed. Like your elbows are just elbows.
Gotcha.
It's like, what are you thinking?
I wanted to put my silencer on while maintaining contact with the train and shoot this motherfucker.
He's like, you can remove an arm. It's just hard to maintain your balance. So if it's life or death and you need to fix a silencer, by all means, it's just going to be a pain in your ass.
I have to maintain 3 points of contact, right? So literally take the handgun.
You're advised to. This is a spy game. You're advised to maintain 3 points of contact.
Yeah.
At no point in time during this mission were you ever going to be able to do so.
I take the handgun, take the part where I normally hold it, the grip, shove it in my mouth, so the gun's aiming towards the asshole, and then I start twirling the silencer on one hand. So I'm still maintaining my 3 points.
Got it.
You still think I silencer a full action or a half?
I'm gonna call that your action because you're like fucking doing this, and also maybe you're like leaning the gun up against your arm while you're doing shit. He's going to take a shot at you.
That's fine.
Which, I mean, you don't have to roll for. He's just gonna roll.
Yeah.
With severe penalties, you're both rolling with severe penalties because of all the things that are going on. He fires, and the fucking bullet goes flying over your shoulder, completely missing you.
Oh, I saw the roll. I don't know if you meant to roll it like that, but I saw it.
I usually GM. Yeah, I did it. So yeah, he fucking whiffed. However, he's actually going. You notice that he begins sliding towards you. He's like removing some of his magnetic points to get closer to you. So like he goes from 20 feet to 10 feet on his slide, and like towards the end, you realize he fucking slams a hand down to clamp himself. Like that wasn't a stable means of moving by any stretch, but he essentially did his best to get close to you.
Fair. I shoot.
Cool. Roll it up. That will hit. As a reminder, with these types of games, with Mutants and Masterminds, they roll a toughness save.
Yeah.
So he has to save against the damage that you were inflicting towards him. Plus, he has an additional bonus because he is wearing a metal suit. So you hit him a second time. This time looks like it's closer to the neck, so ow. But it fucking hits the suit. Actually, sorry, he has legs towards you at this point in time, and he just gets closer. So yeah, you just ripped a shot into his fucking kneecap. You don't hear shit, but you see he fucking slams his elbow hard onto the train because that clearly hurt like fuck. But he takes the bullet and he's still doing his thing. He lets go and goes flying at you.
All right.
Give me a reflex save with severe penalties. I think you were at a +9 earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know who's winning, but it's rough.
You know what? I'm a hero point that. Fuck that.
Okay.
I could just hit shift and up. I'll take that.
Jesus.
Fuck away from me.
That'll do. Describe how you dodge a man who's flying at you. I mean, it's a man in a massive metal suit on a train where you're supposed to maintain 3 points of contact, right? So, like, you're going to dodge the fucker. Are you going to duck down and, like, hope he flies over you? Are you going to attempt to move left and right? Are you going to try and chuck yourself onto the side of the train?
I use my body weight and literally fucking go to, like, the opposite way of he is while keeping my hands and feet touching. So I slide to the side of the train.
Well, his body weight's hitting directly towards you. So
that's what I'm saying. I slide from the top to the side, so he goes where I would be.
Got it. The top of the train, I have a picture of this thing somewhere.
I mean, it's got to be wide enough for multiple people to sit across from each other, right? Like, it's not.
I'm literally checking to see if it goes like this at the top. You know, I'm literally going to pull up a picture of the Shanghai Maglev. You can do the same thing because I forgot what it looks like.
I mean, I trust you to not fucking fuck me over if it's not the way it looks.
Yeah. It is slightly curved, so it's like this.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say you could probably have two people laying next to each other on the top before you start to slide like off the side completely.
Gotcha.
But it's narrow. So I mean, you succeeded, right? Like I already know that you succeeded. I'm just curious what this will leave you in for position. And also, if you go fully over the side, are you going to be over a fucking window? So
Whoa.
you go over and you start sliding and you fucking slam a hand down before the window to keep you from going over the side. And he goes sliding past you by about like 7 feet before he arrests his own momentum and like sort of like turns over so he's facing you. Gotcha. So he is now behind you with you positioned awkwardly, essentially like towards the side of the roof.
Fair.
But you wholeheartedly recognize that man has tried to fucking drop kick you off a train going 300 miles an hour.
He's a bit of a dickhead. I'll give him that.
He's a bit of a dickhead.
But it is your turn. You will have to take a movement action to put yourself back properly onto the train, but then you have your action to do whatever you wish. Unless you just want to continue walking on this edge, which is also fun.
Or take a movement action to put me back onto the top of the train, you're saying?
Yeah, if you want to like completely right yourself so you're back on top of the roof, it would take a movement action. If you want to sort
That's
of...
a half, right? The movement?
You have like an action for like shooting a gun, and you have a movement action.
Yeah.
So movement action.
Yeah, so I'll move back to the middle of the train.
Okay.
And then, I mean, fucking 11's way more acrobatic than I would ever be. So I would turn like slightly sideways and fire, fucking gun backwards towards the guy. Like using the gun fucking like his arm along the length of his body to stabilize it.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics roll, which I expect you to pass, and then also give me a roll for your shot.
All right. My acrobatics was what, 9?
Yeah. Wait, I think it is 9, but I'm going to double check for you. Yeah, you're at a +9.
Oh. Okay.
So you're good on the train, and then take your shot.
Am I gonna crit roll my acrobatics move? What did I pose off on him? Like fucking, Ginyu Force?
This bullet hits him this time in the chest, and he actually loses like a foot of traction on the train and slides back because he's clearly feeling the pain.
Mm-hmm.
You did roll a 20 in your acrobatics roll, so I'm going to say that you fucking whipped yourself back onto the train with extreme fluidity. So I'm actually going to give you your movement roll if you want to crawl further away or do anything different. So like you righted yourself so naturally that I'll let you go ahead and take a movement.
I assume I can't do it in a double attack, so I'll just I'll move forward then.
Okay, so you're moving further away from him. Cool. Yeah. You see that he begins to rise up and is essentially in a 3-point stance, not like bear crawl,
player,
like a football player, and he's risen up.
All right.
And he is essentially using his hands and feet. He begins by like crawling with his hands and pushing as hard as he can with his feet. And he begins fucking running on top of this train. And finally, when he gets close enough to you, he's going to fucking actually just take 2 steps full on run and try and plow into you.
This guy really is a dick.
So he does in fact collide with you. I need an acrobatics roll to stay onto the train. This isn't the roll to fuck up.
Come on, crit. No, it was not.
He crashes into you, which actually sort of pushes you further along the train until you brace yourself and sort of turn over to like deal with this asshole who's just collided into you.
Mm.
He hits you, you sort of spin this way, pushing him off, which gives you like your left foot and your right hand, and you begin to kind of slide, going in the wrong direction. Give me another acrobatics roll to right yourself.
All
So
right.
you don't fucking take off like a plane.
If I take it like a plane, he's coming with me.
You're good. You slide like 8 feet, 8 horrifying feet, and you start moving towards the right side of the fucking train. Slam yourself down, and you're good to go. He's now once again in front of you. He slid back about 4 feet, but he's clearly at this point given up on the gun and just trying to fucking throw you off the train.
He's defending that his technology is better than yours.
If you remember when I described the red-haired or the sandy-haired gentleman, who's also about bigger and he's much bigger and stronger.
Yeah.
Whereas 11 is more nimble, but a 16-year-old. At this point, Seth goes, "Is there anything anyone can do to help this man?" Waylon, get ready to throw the brakes on this thing. Not fully, but get ready to throttle down by about 20 miles per hour on a
That's exactly what I was thinking.
on 11 say so.
Hey, Joe, lean back.
I just got here, bro. Give me a minute. Let me do a little leaning.
So Seth says 11. I don't know if you heard that, but
Yep.
when you call it, we'll give you about
Indeed.
20 miles an hour, 20 mile reduction to throw this guy off his shit.
Quentin, I don't know if you can remotely, but can you strengthen the magnets on my suit?
I can try and overclock them, but that might push some of the optimization. I mean, they are as high as they can go. That's
Fair.
where this thing's at. If you want me to push them, I can.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll lock the suit down then. All right. So I'm not even gonna shoot. I'm gonna like skip my roll. I'm gonna pretend like I'm more dazed than I am. I'm gonna make sure I have all 4 points of contact. I'm already in action so that if he does come flying at me, and he does go ejecting over me with the brakes, that I have like a bonus to dodging his fucking big ass. And then I'm gonna get ready to lock the suit down at the last possible second to try and maintain fucking my position on the train itself.
Okay. So Waylon's ready on the switch. This guy, as expected, and now that he has the fucking wind with him.
Yeah, I started like shaking my head, kind of like playing off like I'm fucking more stunned than I am, type of shit.
Why don't you go ahead and give me one of your bluff rolls, which is at a +7 for your character.
Sure. You don't believe shit. He was like, "Nah, you're faking." Big fat
He
brony.
like fucking stands up, and it's like actually menacing. Like he fucking rises up. You look up and you're like, ah, fuck. And you're
Wait,
not sure if he doesn't believe your bluff or if he just doesn't care and wants to send you to the shallow road.
Oh wait, he's standing.
Yeah, I mean, he fucking gets up, he writes himself, and he's like looking at you.
Ah, okay.
And just like posture wise, you can tell this motherfucker's like, now's the moment. He doesn't give generally speaking, it doesn't mean that he doesn't believe your bluff. He just also he's unaffected by what you've done.
Yeah.
He begins running and just straight up goes for the fucking drop kick.
Oh.
Like just slams on his back and is trying to fucking boot you off the train.
Oh, well, the second he goes to flip to his back, I'm like, now.
Tick.
Presses the
Enter.
button. And bro, go ahead and give me a reflex save.
Sure.
It's all part and parcel to what's happening here. Give me an acrobatics roll.
Sure.
And give me one more acrobatics roll.
Sure. Oh, I roll 1d30. Oh no.
So essentially, the fucker stands up. He charges. He goes for the drop kick just as the train reduces speed by about 20 miles an hour. We're about heading towards the drop-off point, which means we're getting towards a mountain, which means elevation has been picking up relatively consistently over the course of the last 15 minutes. As we approach, which is the Haizhou province or town, I guess the town, in which where this mountain is, we've gotten more rural and more rural and more rural and more rural. We've passed a few rivers, but like the city of Shanghai has gone long into the fucking distance. And so, again, elevation's increasing. So there's a slope, right? The train is on essentially what is the beginnings of a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
This fucker runs. He goes for the drop kick. He nails you. And you're free falling backwards with the train, and he's free falling backwards with the train.
Mm.
You're on main car 1, right before the elite car. You literally make a grab at it right before the fucking gap. Your hand skips off where the gap is. You slam onto main car 2. As you're sliding even further, you just fucking on your side, 2 hands, 1 foot, and you like bend your foot to slam it down and come to a stop.
Fair enough.
And then the train sort of resumes. It begins like picking back up its pace. And you hear fucking noise, and there's just fucking wind, and you're vibrating in your suit. And when you pick your head up and look around, you no longer see the man in the rust-colored suit.
Fair enough.
Adios, amigos.
Well, as far as we know. Well, like Quentin, do we have eyes on the suspect in the rust-colored suit? I don't know if you have a satellite over the train. He might be hanging off to one of the sides somewhere, and I can't see him from where I currently am.
I've got nothing.
Fair. Nothing as in you don't see him, or you don't have a satellite on us?
As in this cheap Chinese country fucking satellite that I have.
Can't see shit. Fair.
Give me a man in red, or a blob of red moving around, and a blob in silver with green stripes moving around, and I don't see the thing in red anymore.
Gotcha.
I can do a quick sweep. It's also, things are incredibly challenging to track at the speed that you guys are moving. It's a shit.
That's fine.
But I don't see anything. If something comes up on you again, you're good. But in the meantime, just assume that you can resume the operation. I'll let you know if the threat reemerges.
Fair. What's the ETA to the package?
You've got about 7 minutes to get in. Actually, no. You've got about 7 minutes before you get to the mountain. You had something like a 12-minute. It's like you'll get to where you need to be while you're under the mountain, which is perfectly fine. You're still on track.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You got knocked back a car, which is a bit concerning, but you're good.
Yeah.
Also, you look at the train, there's like fucking dent marks from your hand scraped. There's actual handprint in the fucking thing now where you've taken impact while braced.
Yeah. Oh, but no one comes up here anytime soon.
Quentin says that probably knocked a half an hour off your battery, but you're still fine for mission.
Fair.
Just the rapid usage and nonsense, plus the additional resistance against your shield.
Well, all right. Resuming mission.
Got it. Seth says, I think it's a good time to begin making your way up for the rest of the journey to meet up with Felix.
All right. I make my way.
Cool.
I'm gonna make sure to put the train back to its regular speed as soon as we know that 11 is clear.
Cool. You walk over, you see Felix Gallo's seat. He has a window seat. The seat to his left is open. Actually, he's sitting in the aisle seat, but he moves over to the window and invites you to sit down.
Okay.
Says, welcome to the luxury car, my friend.
This is one of the nicer ones that I have seen.
He has a bottle of scotch in front of him, and he has a glass, and he has an empty glass, and he pours some scotch in, and he hands it over to you.
I take the scotch because we're all professionals here and it's polite.
And he says this is typical Eclipse, USB data download device, right? I plug it in. I wait the unnecessary amount of time because you guys don't like handing data to people directly to remove all sorts of direct transfer. In 10 minutes, I'm the happiest man on the planet, right?
As far as I understand. I am paid to deliver and receive. Technology, especially as jealously as Eclipse guards proprietary technology, is not something that they have made me privy to.
He nods. Sounds about right. He takes uh, a futuristic version of an SD card, and he puts it down onto the tray table, on his tray table, so you can just pick it up.
I actually take the USB stick, put it down, and then pick it up. And then pick up the SD card.
Got it. He grabs it, he plugs it, he like literally just like puts it down next to his laptop, which is on his tray table as well, and he goes, "This whole train thing is a bunch of bullshit, isn't it? We got diverted for some reason. We're getting an hour late."
Since, as far as I understand, this train is still faster even with the diversion.
He goes, I was supposed to have a meeting and I have to push back now. So it's frustrating.
I'm paid by the hour.
He laughs.
Delays, good for business. Was I given something that I'm supposed to check, verify the data that he gave me?
I mean, you can go ahead, you mean at the moment? You can put it into your laptop, you can make sure that the financial data is there, but that's really the end-all, be-all.
Yeah, like while he's doing his thing, I'm doing the same thing, which is assumedly what we're expected to do.
So interestingly enough, he has yet to plug it into his computer.
Okay.
Like he's just kind of sitting back and relaxing, which for you is a little weird.
Yeah, but I'm not going to call attention to
it.
Yeah. Well, if he's not checking, you don't count money in front of someone who's not also counting the money.
Right.
And so I take it, I do plug it into my laptop, but, the SD card is on the outside. I don't actually open the screen or anything. I just plug it in because it's a convenient way to carry the fucking thing.
Cool.
I mean, how far are we from the tunnel?
Probably like 2.5 minutes at this point. So if it's a 10-minute download, there's no way he's finishing the download by the time he gets into the tunnel, which is essentially the mission parameter.
I mean, should I try and make small talk? Hold on a second. Let me look at my nose here. Let me figure out exactly what I should be, where I should be with this. I mean, my job is to get the SIM card. Is to get the SD card. I have the SD card. His job is to get the USB. He's got the USB. Like, Alex is drinking his scotch, right, while he's having this conversation in his head. He's like, I have no reason to still be here.
He has made small talk about his dislike of the train. Like, you're going through your spy brain. You're like, I could comment on the scotch, or I could vent about the train, but I kind of already said I didn't really care. So who knows?
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish my scotch, with a reasonable amount of time, so we'll probably be in the tunnel as I finish it.
Sure.
I let him know that the scotch is good, and that next time we meet up, I'll make sure to have a similar bottle for him. But then as I finish my drink, pleasure doing business with you, and fucking walk back to the elite car.
He has curiously still not plugged the fucking thing in.
What the fuck?
Does it need to be plugged in for them to be able to?
That's how he's gonna. That's gonna how. Well, he needs to plug it in order to start the download. You're essentially gonna fucking, nuke the part of his hard drive where the thing is getting pumped. So like whatever fragment of his hard drive where the data is, you're like nuked, dead, destroyed. This way he'll never show that he's received it. But if he doesn't start the download, and you fry his hard drive before he starts the download, it's a problem because he just has the device.
Right.
And there's several mission parameters here. 1, get the data. Mission accomplished, you've got it. 2, don't fuck this guy over by giving him shit data or let him know that we burned him. So we're halfway through, the parameters here, but this motherfucker has to start the download underneath this mountain. Otherwise,
all right, that was the part that I was missing, that he needs to download it. So the download is information about the Czech Republic, right?
He wants
Croatia,
Stars activities in Croatia.
Croatia. Sorry, Croatia.
Not literally saying.
So I look at him. I'm like, curiosity. I'm subcontractor. The family may be interested in the Stars data, if you would be willing to sell some, but we'd need to know what's on it.
He fucking
dangerous.
He's
dangerous.
What an agent you are. The Americans have spent their dollars well. He fucking laughs. Well, I don't quite know what's on it yet. This is yet to be seen.
Any chance that when are you planning on retrieving the file?
He looks at you. Go and give me a choose your best charisma type roll.
I'm looking at my skills here.
I know the winner thus far is your bluff, which is clearly also the exact stat that we'd ordinarily use. So this is an interesting game where you can substitute some stats for other stats if necessary, but I think your bluff just is your best bet here.
Yeah, I think I was gonna go either with bluff or like an etiquette or something similar, but bluff is at a +8.
Yeah, you have diplomacy, but your bluff is higher, so I'd probably go in that direction.
All right, so let's go. And to be clear, what the bluff is to get him to think, not necessarily that I'm betraying Stars. Stars has already sold the data. The data now belongs to him. But it might also be beneficial to our
I understand.
endeavors.
Yep.
All right.
But he laughs because, the data was sold to him, and of course he's intended to use it in certain ways and not other ways. And so reselling the data isn't technically part of the deal, but it's also not technically not part of the deal.
Right.
He goes, you know what? I like this deal. Name your price.
Step 1, find out data. Step 2, I name price.
He says, if I tell you what's on the data so you can verify the data is interesting, you have more information than I have when I made this purchase.
Fair. Okay. Let's be reasonable, yes? I will pay you 10,000 for the initial information about the data. And if the data is good, then we negotiate price for the remainder.
He clicks
this way you have no initial risk.
He gives you a thumbs up, and he clicks the fucking shit into his USB drive.
Okay. At this point, I actually do the, I don't know, hopefully we're not quite in the tunnel yet. And I text Papa, send $10,000 to this person.
Actually, at this point, you are in the tunnel. Because when you finish your whiskey, you're in the tunnel. Literally, you have 11 on top of the train hurry the fuck up, man!
So I tell him, I won't be able to send you the money until we leave tunnel. Well, that's not true. I probably have money on me. But fucking... We'll figure out payment in a second.
He goes to your back pocket and pull out 10 grand.
He goes, it's fine. Go back to your car. I'll start the download now. And, when I look at the data, I can give you a glimpse as to what's on it. You can make your decision thereafter, but we've got 3 more hours on this train.
Suddenly, the delay is much more messing with my plans.
He laughs. He says, for me as well. And he fucking clicks the USB in, and the download starts.
All right, so I get up and walk back to my cart.
You hear Quentin go, "Oh, thank God!" when the fucking and you confirm that he's clicked, and he's like, "Oh, fucking sweet Jesus."
So So I guess I let him get to about what, like 15% on his download, and say no, and fucking did it.
No.
So the device is doing the device's thing. Essentially, what the device is doing is locating the exact. You have fragments on a hard drive. Things are essentially saved in slots. When you defragment the hard drive, you align all the slots properly.
Yeah.
So if you download a 68 gigabyte game on a hard drive that's been overused, you're putting like 5 gigabytes here, 5 gigabytes here, 5 gigabytes here. You're essentially eliminating fucking the data that's on the specific location where he's trying to save the file. So you're essentially it's like a laser like tumor removal like 4 feet, like, or not 4 feet, but like 4 inches like on a piece of tissue somewhere, and it's like fucking surgery with a laser of wiping data in a specific place for his hard drive, which is the reason why you have to fucking mount the thing, clamp it, and let it do its shit while it zeroes in.
Gotcha.
Quentin says, I think it would be a generally good idea, Waylon, if you actually we're in mission, so he would have said, Jackrabbit, if you maybe turn the onboard Wi-Fi in and out a few times around the tunnel just to cover our tracks.
Absolutely.
Just give him some pain. Turn it off for maybe 60 seconds. Put it back on a minute later. Turn it off for 15 seconds. Don't overplay it, but
I'm just gonna IRL grief this guy for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, the whole train. I want everyone to bitch. So this way.
Yeah. There will be complaints to the ISP, I'll tell you that much.
That's fair. Guys, I want you to start thinking, like, thus far, we are good. I want you to start thinking about exfiltration. Alex, for you, it's easy. You go back to your seat. Michael, we need you to get the fuck off the roof. You can meet Seth at any interval that is of use to you, and he'll meet you with your clothes. Waylon, you're going to have to get the fuck out of the machine room.
Yeah, I have the beginnings of a plan for this.
Fucking Seth says, I hope it doesn't involve throwing a cell phone and having a ring. Because by the way, the crew is together assembled, and we've all determined it's not our cell phones. So there's a random cell phone that rang with this guy's girlfriend's number that we're all trying to determine the origin of. And thankfully, I've already taken the cell phone into my possession of being like, oh, I'm going to have my cousin look at it. But they're going to ask about it at some point. So, we've already fucked with these people's day a little bit.
Well, I'm definitely going to break that thing so that there's no traces of me ever messing with anything.
I've considered throwing it off the train several times, but having it. But yes, please break it.
Absolutely. So my thought was to put a batch script basically on the engine that when it gets close to destination, have it slow down to a speed at which I can jump off, and then speed back up to whatever it has to be at.
You hear silence from Quentin. Seth says, I'm sorry, you're going to slow the train down to a comfortable speed so you can jump off of it?
Yeah, I mean, I have full control of this thing. Might as well.
I think they might notice.
They're going to notice.
Oh, they'll definitely notice.
The conductor's going to pitch a fit, and we might have this train immediately put in for service and potentially taken out of service, where a secondary train will have to come and debark all of the passengers, callback, and we'll have to resume. It's fine. I mean, it's just added hoopla. It's fine.
It's not something that is any business of ours, though.
God, you're an American bureaucrat. That's a whole other department. Don't care.
Seth just sighs and says, fine. How do you plan on getting yourself to fucking Beijing?
I mean, I got 2 perfectly good legs.
Wow.
And it's not like I'm going to drop myself off 40 miles from the place. I'll do it closer. Even 40 miles wouldn't be that big a deal. Hell, give me the chance to see some beautiful countryside.
Quentin says, "Gentlemen, I have an idea. Stop the train to a comfortable. I'm going to put in. I'm going to put in for a stop to the train for an assessment of the tracks up ahead. So the train will stop on its own. We don't need you to stop it. When the time comes, you're going to go out the back exit of the crew quarters and go on to the tracks, and then we'll pick things up from there."
All right.
Excellent. So,
Works for
short
me.
while later, the train stops naturally on its own. Waylon hops out the back. At the same time, Seth hops out the side, meets Michael, and Seth pulls you aside and says, "Yeah, we need you to take the suit off."
Me?
Yep,
I can't wear it under the clothes.
you could, but I need you to take the suit off.
Okay.
And he turns around so you can change.
Yeah, it's fine.
Strip.
Someone better start throwing hundreds at me.
He turns back around and like the suit, it's really just like a core chest piece and like some leg bracers and boots. It's not like a full fucking metal thing. He goes, excellent. And he takes a look at Jackrabbit and he goes, put it on. Put it on.
But this is too small
Nope.
for me. Okay.
And as you put it on, like the suit actually like, there's like fucking like Stark technology, like, and puts on so it fits.
Okay.
And he goes, back of the train.
Oh God. Go to the back of the train.
And he puts your hands on it and he goes, this is how you lock it in place.
Mm-hmm.
And since you will not be actively moving against wind resistance on the back of the train, the battery will get you home.
Oh, sweet baby
Wait,
Jesus.
what did I miss?
Alex orders himself a sandwich with fries.
Seth takes a step back and goes, hey, Michael, why don't you go and get on the train?
All right. I'm like, later, Jackrabbit.
What did I do to deserve this, man?
They go, so I think it'll be hanging for about 2.5 hours we got left. Michael, get on the train.
Just shake my head and walk in.
He goes, I'm fucking with you. Take the suit off and get on the train. He goes, jumping off a train is not an option ever.
Well, you need a parachute first, you
idea.
fool.
There's so many other options.
I point to the bag I'm wearing over the suit, like, because you need a parachute first. Duh.
Well, also that.
Seth's just like, no, that's not any better.
But it would be
Michael,
cool.
get on the train. You take the suit off, put your fucking, and get on the train. Because the train stopped. So, of course, I'm not going to make you get on the back of the train and hang out for 2.5 hours on a suit whose power source is probably compromised for no apparent reason.
Oh, there was reasons.
Hazing was the reason.
Hazing. Wow.
Well, I'm talking about him. You're good. Get on the train.
You ain't my
Not
real
very
dad.
professional.
He doesn't actually say that.
You don't know who
He
that
says,
is.
you don't know that.
That's true.
You don't know that. Who knows?
I'm old enough to, but you ain't got my looks, so it's fine. So you all get back on the train. You get back to your respective cars. Weather in the region is blamed for the diversion and the rock slide. Mostly because Quentin can feed data into the train in terms of like error processing and updates and so on. So he's basically telling the fucking train crew and like, everyone like, please halt here, rock slide ahead. And he's falsifying data that comes from, the track monitoring systems as well as, the actual home office. About an hour passes. Unsurprisingly, Psynock never get a message with a snapshot of the data, for 10 grand. Do you prompt this man about it? Do you like, hey, what about that data? Or are you just going to leave it alone?
For the sake of appearances, I'm like, hey, don't I still owe you 10 grand and you owe me some data?
He says, actually, with what we found, I need to reevaluate that business deal, but I'll get back to you as soon as possible. This is your number permanently, or do you have a different way to reach you?
Now that this is becoming actual negotiations, you'll speak directly with Papa. I'll have him reach out to you.
He says, perfect. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Basically, just playing the bluff up on his end, to the best of your knowledge. He's just like, yeah, sure, no problem. Seth goes, that's good because that download was just Kitten's photos of fucking Chonky.
Jeez.
I don't think he needs serval photos. You know.
Would have been very expensive kitten photos.
Everybody needs several photos, man.
So, yeah. Alex had a nice, relaxed fucking mission. Unlike the last two. Because.
I'm glad.
Fuck. I had to roll exactly once and the dice didn't betray me. Thank God.
It was a good roll. I mean, bluffing is also your thing. So the train pulls into the station. Seth highly recommends that you guys get off the train quickly because there's probably a measure and a count to determine how many people got on the train and how many people are getting off the train. And we know there's at least one less person getting off the train.
Well, he got off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, getting off the train here.
Yeah.
So, Alex definitely makes sure to be towards the front when it's getting off.
And you're one of the first off, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, he does not. This time, he actually does wait for his friends at a cafe.
Got it.
Friends now? I see how it is.
3 missions, I think that's fair. I think we're colleagues now.
You guys meet up at the cafe. Seth pulls an actual sedan around. He's like, get the fuck in. Let's get out of here. We have exactly 45 minutes, which is slightly less than I wanted, to be at, we have a private airfield that we're using in the Fangsheng district, a little southwest of here. And I'd like to be on that private transport and out of this fucking country as soon as possible.
Works for me.
Sounds fair.
Yep.
You guys hop in the car, you're reminiscing, it's post-mission, so you're talking a little bit of shit. I have your rolls. You didn't detect anyone following you or anything suspicious or anything crazy like that. And, fucking, it's like, oh my God, you're on top of the thing. This guy launched himself at you. What you're thinking. Like, you guys are just shooting the shit. It's about a 27-minute ride from the Beijing West Railway Station to the Fangsheng district where you guys have your sort of private transport. Anything you guys are doing post-op?
No, I make sure to give the whole laptop because it's not actually my laptop. It's an Eclipse laptop. So I'm just like, here you go. There's your data.
Nice.
I'm doing my typical pretending I'm listening to an iPod while keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. Because in 11's head, and being part of a Lakasis and a mannequin, the mission's not over until you're home. So he's still on high alert for anything that could possibly go fucking wrong at this point.
You guys end up on G4 to G107. It takes you out of Beijing proper. You leave the city behind, cross a beautiful bridge, to the right of which is the Jiuzhou River, which is essentially attached to the Beigong National Forest Park. So you guys are out in the gorgeousness. As you get outside of city limits, you see like beautiful house, farm, as you guys enter the Fangsheng district. Until you pull up to essentially what looks like just a fucking airstrip out in the middle of nowhere. You drive on forward, and Seth says, all right, everybody out of the car. We can leave this thing here. He leaves the keys in it. He leaves the windows down, so somebody just turn the car on if they need to. And you enter into what looks like just a fucking tin hangar, and he slides the door open. It's like fucking rusty shit. And he walks in, and in there you see what looks like a fairly old, but what do we call the jets that Eclipse uses, or that the UN Stars uses?
Nebula.
See a nebula, basically a legally distinct version of the types of ships that Shield use.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that they were like the orcas, but yeah, that's fine too.
Izzy, you're on it. Your camera went to shit.
Yeah, but I'm on it.
That camera.
I don't know what I mean, so let's be clear. This is the first time that I've been able to have my camera on Skype in months because for whatever reason it was having a canary. Whatever. Anyway.
And Seth says, excellent. Good job, everybody. Quentin, we're about to board this nebula, so official mission over. Everything well on your end? And there's no response from Quentin.
Ah, shit.
Where was Quentin last seen?
Shanghai, in your hotel in Ramada, and the Ramada Hotel.
God damn it.
Are we flying back to Shanghai?
Oh, I am.
Are we walking
I'm
back
not
to
doing
Shanghai?
that.
Mr. Lee, you like walking entirely too much.
And just as you folks are having that conversation, it's like dimly lit hangar. The only thing in front of you is the nebula. You see an individual looks like a black, futuristic stealth suit walking towards you. RP walking relatively slowly and menacingly towards you.
RP walking, I love it.
Is it the same size as the sandy hair / red hair dude?
I mean, like the suit or the person?
Like the outline, does it look like a 6 foot whatever fucking brolic dude that I already dealt with, or is it like?
No, they look maybe an inch or two shorter and a little bit slimmer. And the suit looks like it's of a different technology. I mean, as far as your eyes can tell.
Gotcha. Did I ever get my whole unfoldable katana yet, or do I have a regular one? Or how's that working for me right now?
Let's go to the equipment page. No, but you still are in possession of
Noah's.
I'm sorry?
Noah's?
Yeah. I mean, that's... Yeah, so you didn't get your own, but you have his.
Yeah. I'm like, well, scratch that. You guys might be flying to Shanghai, but I have business, it seems. And I fucking pull the katana out until it forms a sword.
That looks dangerous.
I do not believe that it is standard procedures for agents to fight battles on their own.
All right, then. More the merrier. I was hoping. I sub-vocalize it. I'm like, I'm glad you guys are staying. I was hoping you would. We're a team, right?
Seth says, yeah, there's no way I'd have authorized leaving a man behind.
Pistol and saber, by the way.
We fight this one together.
I'm
He fucking cracks his neck, fucking pulls his sidearm because there's no reason not to shoot this fucker.
Yeah. I pull my silence pistol out.
Waylon, who is unarmed for this, is kind of like, okay.
Oh, fucking
grab a wrench or
Seth
something.
looks at you and goes, really? And he fucking pulls out a second handgun and hands it to you. Oh, by the way, he puts Chonky down. He puts Chonky down because Chonky's with him. Like, he fucking stowed Chonky on the train and, like, picked it up when he left. Chonky's like...
Nice.
And, like,
I look at the cat, and I'm like, I've only known Chonky for a short while, but if anything happens to him, I will kill everyone here and then myself.
He's a good cat.
And the over his left shoulder, you see that the man in armor draws a katana and assumes a battle position. Initiative.
I get a 4 to that.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
10. Plus 3. So.
All right. Psynock is going first, followed by 11. Followed by Seth. Followed by Jack. And the individual in black allows you folks to attack first.
Allows. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Alright, so let's see what we got going on here.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Sadly, it does not suppress attack. So it's my initiative count, so he's my dueling guy, so I'm at +2 dodge bonus against him.
Okay. That's for dodging, not for hitting, right? Is it dodge bonus? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going over my feet. Like I read them before the session, like you asked me to, but I'm also going over them again because my guy's a
Complicated.
clusterfuck of combat feats.
Yep. I'm ready for it. Thankfully, I wrote down all of your feats in your character sheets, so you shouldn't have to reference the book. But go for it. What you about?
I'm actually going to get into my boxing stance and come in close and move myself so that I can flank with my party and then attack. I get 2 attacks.
Roll your rolls. Remind me which cane you have with you.
I have the sword and pistol,
So
so he's gonna get shot and stabbed.
go for it.
But I just have to remember, I'm only a +4. No, I'm only a +4.
Because you guys are very early level characters who have yet to spend your experience points.
Okay.
I'm just double checking that I don't have like that's.
I can double check for you. Hold up, we got Israel. Basic
So it says attack bonus 4,
Yep.
but I don't know that includes my my stats. I don't know if it's just my base attack.
You mean you essentially, that number is your number. The only way it would go up is if you have a specific bonus through your weapon, a feat, or if you paid extra points to up your ranged or melee bonus, which I know you did not. So it's probably just 4.
Okay, so here is my sword, and here is my pistol. Nada. That's fine.
Describe your attacks, because I tend to give pluses on these things, and it helps move combat along entertainingly.
So I run, like I said, I close in tight. I come forward. I slash with the sword, like an upward slash, and then come with a pistol underneath. Essentially, the attack, now that I know I rolled so poorly, is really just moving him along so that I can get into position.
Got it. The upward slash, he just turns his shoulder to, and the shot, he just turns his other shoulder to. So just like swing, shot. 11, your turn.
All right. I'll start by running towards him, not like the actual run feat, just moving.
Yeah. Closing the
I'll use my move by attack to swing at him and finish the swing behind him. So like the typical Japanese like draw and like swing, like pose off behind the person, but not without the actual posing off.
That would be recommended to not do. Go ahead and roll your roll.
Yeah.
You count as flanking, so you get bonuses automatically because I have feats that help us flank.
Cool. What do I get? Like a +2 or something from you?
I don't know how flanking works in Mutants and Masterminds because the feat itself is from the Spycraft book.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's +2.
Just like I also have sneak attack damage, but I don't remember how we had been working that.
It's a +5 on your damage, which means they have a -5 to their toughness save.
Love it.
So the flanking is +2 to my hit, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Get him.
I also did a move by attack to put myself on the opposite side of him, so it's 2 on one side, 2 on the other side at the moment.
Do you go on his? So from your perspective, you have Psynock directly in front of the guy. The nebula is on the left, but they're not like close to it. Do you move your move by attack from the left side or the right side?
To keep whatever side will help Psynock keep his flanking bonus.
It's
As long as
negligible.
you're next to him, I always have.
Okay.
It's more flavor text for which side you're doing.
Well, if I swung, while drawing, well, actually no, I would draw this way, so I end up on his right side.
His right side, your left, so you went left.
Yeah.
All right, you're closest to nebula. Got it. You swing. He pulls his sword up You clash against the sword, but you do actually catch the forearm of the suit. And like there's a spark that comes off the suit because it's just metal on metal. He he acknowledges the blow by like fucking pulling his elbow back, like cling cling, like moves back defensively. Like there was an effect, but you don't see that he's like anything beyond a minor injury. Which then pulls us to Seth. Seth actually moves off since you went left. He moves right and just takes a few shots with his handgun while closing the distance, but not actually moving up directly on him.
I also give Seth the flanking bonus because everybody.
Does flanking count for ranged fire?
So I have no idea. That's up to you.
Doesn't. Because he's. I mean, essentially it'd be harder theoretically, but I'm not giving him a minus for shooting his combat. I think there actually is a minus for shooting his combat in this game, but I don't remember the rules as well as I used to because we haven't played in several months, so I'm not going to fucking go nuts. Seth, attack bonus is that plus that shit that I rolled. Seth fires a few times, but the fucking ninja type person actually like crouches down, pulls like the sword back like from this position to like a side position, and like the bullets go flying over his shoulder. Over to you, Jackrabbit.
Damn. All right, I'm gonna pull out my gun and take a few shots.
Do you set? You would have to fire through Psynock, which I know you're not going to. So do you move to the left or the right?
So I have precise shot, which means I can ignore. I can make ranged attacks on an opponent engaged in melee with my allies. I reduce the penalty by 4, and I ignore.
He's a 4. Okay. Take a shot. I'm assuming you're just firing with the movement of combat, and so fucking Psynock's uncomfortable, but you're not gonna hit him.
So this will be at a +5, right? Because that's my attack bonus. Oh, that wasn't great.
You actually essentially fire while the ninja type person's getting in the lowered stance, and as a result, you also miss. 11's the first person to hit him, so ninja person's going to take a swing at 11.
Yeah.
What is your defense bonus, bro?
6.
And what comes into that 6?
A base dodge and.
No, it's just your dodge. Was your base dodge is if you're flat-footed. Just ignore that. Gotcha. Which is the 6. I know you do have equipment, which you have an armored suit, which is +3. Armored suit subtle, which I will add to your defense.
Yeah. Both at 9.
So you're up to a 9. He catches you across, so you're to his right, everyone else is left. So right-handed, since he ducked down and went below, as opposed to swinging directly in front, which he was looked like he was aiming for, you take a step back left, which opens up his swing, and he basically swings through casually to the left and catches you in the shoulder since you weren't expecting the blow. Give me a toughness save. And for whatever purposes, the sword has transitioned from right to left arm.
Fair. I rolled. I got a 25.
You have a light cut on your shoulder, which is like a -1 to future rolls and saves, but you're good. Clean numbers. I like when numbers end in 5. I can do the math in my head. Which means we are back over to you, Israel.
All right. I don't remember how we had ruled. I have a feat that gives me bonus sneak attack damage. but I also get sneak attack when flanking. Do I also get the bonus damage when flanking?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
Isn't that what you just said? I count as sneak attack damage when I'm flanking. Do I get my? Yeah, of course you get your benefit.
All right. So first up is the sword. I now am at +8 because I'm flanking.
The sword will hit. You're gonna fire your gun also.
Yep.
That will also hit.
So essentially, it's a thrust with the sword, and then once the sword has hit him, I fire the pistol along the same line. And so I end up with I have 3 sneak attack. I don't know how it works in this game.
I've got you covered.
Okay.
So your lunge catches him. Essentially, since he just swung this way, he's like open chested to you. So your lunge fucking straight at the chest. He's taking a step back, but you do slam against the suit. And makes a fucking nice, solid connection. And you see that there's sparks that come off it, meaning that you damage the suit. Given that he is now, more facing towards you, give you the profile, the bullet basically shoots, ricochets off the right shoulder, and like it's a clean hit, but fucking bounces to the side. Less damage on that.
It's got a ton of armor is the issue.
We're over to Seth. Seth actually moves in close. This time for the purpose, like, he's now on the opposite side of 11. We'll take a fucking point blank shot. So he fucking runs in. He's in melee range, but just like rips straight directly towards him.
Toma!
Which at this point in time, realizing that there's a little bit of like, I'm being hit a lot, the ninja sort of like ducks down and is actually kind of small in your vision. Jackrabbit, over to you.
Did we start at the top of the
Right,
round already? Because I went after Izzy. Or I go after Izzy, should I say?
Oh, my bad.
Good.
Yes, I skipped you.
Fair.
But yeah, go ahead, my bad.
So he
I
crouched
wrote
down.
basically the worst chicken scratch ever.
Fair. He went to crouch down.
That's before you went. So he's still basically profile back to you, left shoulder to Izzy.
Oh, okay. Well, how do you grapple in this fucking game?
I wouldn't.
Like-
It's strength.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
As a heads up, Tom, I just realized that close boxing stance means that he and I are essentially in the same square.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I remember how that
Okay.
works.
I had forgotten.
As I don't want to hit anybody by swinging wildly, I just take the fucking sword and just swing like a straight overhead down to my feet, fucking vertical slice type attack.
Cool. Let me get that roll.
Yep. Whoa. Plus 89, that would be too much. And I miss.
Yep. That does not connect.
Yeah, I'm aware.
He takes a step back. The fucking swing. Now he's actually flat chested to Izzy, like facing you straight on. The shot's now taken by Seth, and he does his ducking thing. Now we're over to you, Jackrabbit. My bad.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to try to move towards this blind spot, if at all possible.
Yeah, I mean, so it's going to
And-
require, I forget how far we can move, but it's like 30 feet. So you can clearly move around the combat, aiming towards more like, it'll be then Ninja Israel, and take your shot.
Yeah, like my idea is to keep rotating so that I can, always have an in blind spot, or as much as I can possibly do that. So I'm gonna shoot. That is awful.
Yeah. But you have your feet, so you're not going to hit any of your allies. So you just take a shot. The fucking ninja, like, basically throws a head over its left shoulder, drops down, and actually, on its turn, will take a step out of combat, basically pivoting around Michael. So now he is on the opposite side of Michael's between you and him. He's essentially moved everyone from combat, and he will take a swing at Michael. This will hit you, bro. Give me a toughness save.
Toughness 6, right? Oh wait, it's a suit, so +9.
No, your suit made it harder for you to hit. I mean, it's one or the other.
It's harder for me to hit.
Harder for you to be hit, yeah. Now that he's penetrated you, you're rolling against the damage, so you rolled a 20, which is still good. You take a scratch across your the back of your suit, like it lightly goes through your suit, and you're at a -1 to your rolls, which I'll keep track of myself. But yeah, he delivers you another minor cut.
He's all about you.
Well, he's essentially eliminated the team from a multitude of their flanking bonuses by putting one of them between you. But it's over to you, Psynock.
Alright, so I move again to keep the flanking.
Okay. This essentially puts... yeah, that's fine. Which would you go, left or right? If you go left, you're going to kind of push Seth out of combat. If you go right, you're sort of clean. So I'm assuming you want to go right.
Yeah, I'm going to go right. And, again, since I'm taking that close stance, I'm essentially in his square.
Yep.
Which is a whole other funniness. That's the sword. And that's the pistol.
Both misses, and for whatever reason, it seems like his reaction time increased as opposed to decreasing. Okay. So he's like, he just moved fluidly, like down and up, and it's like miss.
All right.
11 back to you.
You.
I mean, I'm gonna have to do the whole move by attack again to keep everyone from.
Well, I mean, essentially everyone has to get next to you. Like he moved closer to you, so they have.
Yeah.
Like you're currently flanking with Israel because Israel stepped back up, but like Seth is in position. Julio can still shoot because he's able to shoot into combat. But basically, he just removed some of the flanking from the initial nonsense of Rourke.
Fair. All right. Wow. Well, since it's closer, there's more room to swing now. I'll actually fucking like kind of pivot and swing like around from like a blind fucking from behind, like downwards fucking cross slash everything.
Okay.
Fine. I mean, it's not gonna do anything mechanics wise, but style points, right?
Style points. Style points are points.
Nope. I can't hit for shit today.
Seems like it. I mean, you've hit him a few times, so that's actually not true, but that time he didn't. You swing, he takes just a sort of a step back within his quote-unquote square. Seth will actually walk over and essentially just using like his the arm which he's been holding the gun, just swing at the ninja's legs to try and trip him. Unsuccessful. He swings. Basically, the ninja steps one leg up. His arm passes by the other leg. He steps that leg up and puts it down, and like looks down. And you can tell there's an arrogance to the pose of that's not going to happen today. Which makes it over to you, Jackrabbit.
All right. Gotta keep moving and try to nail this bastard. It's not as bad as before, but
The bullet flies, and he basically simultaneous with dodging that bullet, turning full-on sprints at you.
Oh, shit.
And will deliver a kick to your abs. Let's see if it hits. What is your to hit?
Defense is 5, apparently.
Yeah. With the base dodge bonus of 2. He will kick you in the ribs. Give me a toughness save.
Oh God. Toughness is +3. No? Oh no, +5. Oof.
He kicks you so hard in the stomach that you essentially feel
God.
all of the air in your chest go out of your lungs. You drop to your knees, you take a -1 to future rolls and saves, and you are stunned for a turn.
Jeez.
Synok, we're over to you.
Let's see. He attacked. He moved in on him, so I moved closer. Essentially, trying to put myself in such a way that I can help protect Jackrabbit some.
I'll say, since you can occupy his square, you can step literally between him and Jackrabbit because of the fact that you can occupy his square.
Yeah, essentially, I'm using my attacks, hit or miss. It's kind of as like moving him along. All right, so sword time. Jackrabbit, you're helping me flank, even though you don't realize it.
You got it, buddy.
So the first one was the sword, the second one was the pistol.
The sword, he deflects the fucking hand. The pistol, he just you shoot and it fucking hits him full on in the chest. Like it just direct hit, bing, and fucking sparks and shit.
He thought he was deflecting me with the hand. In reality, I was clearing his hand so I could shoot him in the chest. So it's whatever my damage is +3 because of the sneak attack stuff.
Yep. Well, yeah, I rolled his toughness save. That's how I can tell you that you hit clean.
Okay.
So.
Boom, clearing, bang, putting myself between him and Jackrabbit.
11.
Keep ignoring me. I'm gonna keep shooting you in the chest.
I'll run up and slash him in the back if I can.
Cool.
Psylocke at this point is getting insulted because he's uncertain what it would take to get this guy's attention.
Yes, that will hit him.
Fair.
What is your slash looking like?
Oh, I'll actually say I run up and try to fucking just straight impale him in the back.
Pretend he's at the Tommy Mac.
He pivots on his foot and rolls, so you don't actually impale him straight to the suit, but you slash the suit and there's more sparks, and he spins around and he's actually now facing you. Like, hello again. And then Seth essentially goes into his watch and turns it. And you see that something comes, something small, like a pellet, comes out of his watch. And he essentially prepared. He also walks over, so he's one square away. He's not immediately within combat. And he's essentially readying something.
Fair.
Jackrabbit, you're down. It's the ninja's turn. You'll no longer be stunned. The ninja will deliver a flurry of blows to all three of you.
Okay.
He's going to start with Michael. He kicks you in the chest. Give me a toughness save. It's technically 19 because you're -1 for your rolls and saves. So he hits you squarely. You're not like, oh my god, that's the worst thing ever, but it fucking hurt. You're like, fuck my shoulder, and you involuntarily take a step back. He will use the sword for you, Psylocke, and
I have bonus defense, by the way, for my dueling thing.
Just when you roll your plus. When he swings, it's like you see sword aiming at your throat.
Okay. What is my total roll? Because I get the bonus fortitude from boxing. I'm wearing some sort of armor, and I get the bonus defense from dueling.
You have a 4 for your defense bonus. In your equipment, I don't see your suit. We'll call it a.
Oh, here's the we made it to +11. That's it. That's actually where I'm at.
That's for your toughness save. I'm talking about for your to hit. Are you at it?
To be hit. No, I thought you had already hit me. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Let me double check my roll.
Yeah, you already have the base dodge bonus. No.
I didn't get to roll because you started talking. Now I'm.
Sorry, go ahead.
He does hit you. Okay, roll your toughness save.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just mixing the feats together from the 2 games has me kind of thrown off.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm going to hero point that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to hero point.
That's a 12, so actually a 20, 23.
Yeah, it's a 23, but still, shit, man. 2 twice. Finally makes up for those back-to-back 18s a couple of rounds ago.
You feel like what martial arts do you know? Are you just a boxer?
I'm a boxer and a sword duelist.
It feels like when you would fence saber. There was one time where your sword master, like, came around and fucking hit you with the flat of his saber on the side of your neck, like total like, oh shit, I'm sorry I did that, but fucking wham, you just felt like the snapping of your neck and he like dropped to a knee.
Okay.
That happens to you. And you're like, and you fucking hit the ground like on one knee, like, holy shit, that fucking hurt.
Rack 'em.
And then Waylon, you just get kneed in the jaw. So like basically you have to stand up because you were just stunned. As you're standing up, he just knees you in the jaw and you drop. And the ninja goes, Seth, stop!
Hmm?
And Seth's literally about to like do whatever he's about to do and freezes. And the ninja drops the sword and removes his helmet and Noah's standing.
The fuck?
And he reaches a hand down to Waylon.
Ow.
And he helps you up. And he says, I literally told you I could ambush you anywhere.
Eclipse plays too many games.
Ow.
And he helps you up, gives you a fucking man hug, puts a hand on Michael's shoulder, puts a hand on Alexander's shoulder, and walks over to Seth and like grabs their both shoulder and says, we're good. And you see Seth fucking closes his watch and fucking like just shakes his head. He goes, you owe an apology to Chonky. And Noah goes, I accept this. I owe an apology to Chonky.
It's nice you have 2 arms again.
Oh, it's the suit.
Why don't you just regrow it? We got people that can do it.
Yeah, they're in space. We've been over this. I wish they were here, but they're not.
So, is Quentin not answering as part of this ruse, or is he really in trouble?
Yeah, he's fine.
I assumed, because why would you attack us and put his life in danger to attack us?
If Quentin was actually not responding, I would just take off and we would go help him. But well done, guys. Good job. Solid mission.
Thank you. Oh man, that was hype.
Sanark is just like, this is not how we do.
So, like Seth, what type of explosive was you about to set off? That
The worst kind.
I figured.
So, what now?
Let's go home.
Okay. Alexander gets on the plane, brushes the dust off of his suit, rebuilds his sword game.
He goes, if it makes you folks feel any better, you did a lot better that time. You fought cohesive as a unit. You're going to definitely want to make sure that anyone who's firing a ranged weapon into melee combat, there's just someone directly between me and them. So this way I don't just go charging one of your teammates who's not readied with a melee weapon. But other than that, solid. The suit was to make sure that you know, you guys could go full bore without any kind of additional harm. But solid, well done.
Fair.
He presses two buttons on the fucking. He presses the button on the collar, and the suit like bing 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 opens up down the center. He takes the torso part off and puts it down. And you see that, he does not have a right arm, so he's like, and you see that there's like sensors and things that are like kind of like one of those like CGI suits with like the balls, but there's like fucking a plate on his shoulder that has like different contact points for nerve representation.
Not bad.
Wow. Fancy duds.
I had to put them on. You guys are fighting 4v1 versus 3v1 this time, and I expected you to use lethal force, which is a problem.
Yeah, keep it fair.
Oh, I used lethal force the first time before too. So you remember I used both Arcatanas last time we fought.
Quentin's like, I felt like there was this great energy when they finished the mission, and he went ahead and just sucked the positivity out of the room. No, I think you owe the lads an apology. And I was like, sorry guys, I fucked up. I did say that I could ambush you at any time.
I mean, as long as it was like training or whatever.
It's always practice.
Seth hops into the co-pilot seat. Actually hops into the pilot seat because Noah's not going to fly with one arm. That's a little weird. Noah hops into the co-pilot seat. He gets you guys strapped in, and you take off, and you guys begin your merry journey back to the United States of A.
Dude.
I like it.
With your financial data, which Quentin's like, upload that shit. We got people to look at it. Don't want to wait another 11 hours for a flight.
For real.
I already gave someone that laptop. That laptop is no longer my problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of you guys has to upload it.
Like, no, we finished this.
Entire time, Waylon's on the plane like, I could have jumped off.
Fucking Seth's like, well, then take this shit.
All right.
I go to the suit and take off the parachute from it, right? I hand it to Waylon. I'm like, I believe in you, buddy. I believe in you.
Seth's like, no, we're not doing that. Besides, he already Halo dropped to save your ass. He's done that before.
Ah, see? Even better.
Fucking walk home from fucking Shanghai to Beijing. Seth's like, you fucking close the door to the cockpit. Like, fuck, I'm dealing with you guys right now.
I like walking.
Fucking Chonky walks and like keeps walking past you.
Gave him a pet as he was by.
Hers, yeah.
And that's today's episode.
All right. I'll
Nice.
So,
We did
Indeed.
well,
do you have
man.
any closing remarks, Tom, before I do closing channel stuff?
Be on the lookout for future Mutants and Masterminds Nightfall episodes coming whenever we can get this group of 4 motherfuckers together again. Hopefully we can start running monthly, and other than that, I'm good.
Reminder, Monday is Land of Ice and Snow. We are coming up on the very end of Tier 2. It is the final adventure. Thursday is the first episode of Four Brothers, Dungeons and Drakenheim. Aside from that, keep an eye out, guys. The Patreon has some interesting shit on it.
Sounds like that Rick and Morty bit. 4 brothers in the van. And then there's some meteor.
As always, say goodnight, Gracie.
Night, Grace.
Hi, Gracie.